Yes, sir.
Where justice is denied.
Just wait. I think it's still it is not on. We can. We just see it is not. Yeah, now it's start.
Where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, and where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe. Good morning to one and all present here. I, Aditi, welcome you all to the National E-Conference on International Day for Social Justice, organized by BSK Legal in collaboration with Sri Aurobindo College, Delhi University. We are extremely thankful to each and every one of you for taking out time out of your busy schedules and choosing to be a part of this session. On 26 November 2007, the General Assembly declared that starting from the 63rd session of the General Assembly, 20th February will be celebrated annually as the World Day of Social Justice. The main objective of celebrating World Day of Social Justice is to raise a voice against social injustice and to bring the various communities internationally together to eliminate poverty, gender and physical discrimination, illiteracy, religious discrimination, to make a socially integrated society. This day gives us a chance to rethink and intellectually introspect about the ground realities of social justice in the world and particularly in India. After the onset of the global pandemic, COVID-19, there is an urgent need to focus more on the growing unemployment and widened social inequality. We can think of the possible solutions only if we recognize the issues that are plaguing the societies. Therefore, this is a noble initiative through this e-conference to engage the budding lawyers and the legal fraternity as a whole in this academic discussion. The theme of this e-conference is social justice vis-a-vis law, problems, and possible solutions. I feel immensely honored and greatly pleased to welcome Professor Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra. Sir has been teaching political science and law at the department.
Aditi, we are really grateful and very honored that Honorable Justice Dr. Arijit Pasayat has joined us, and we all are aware of him. We all know what great contribution he has made to our system, our justice delivery system in criminal law. His, so many judgments. Everybody is well aware about him. Honorable Justice Dr. Arijit Pasayat, Honorable Judge, Supreme Court. We, from our core of our heart, are very, very grateful to you, sir. And you've been always being a spirit for upliftment of masses, as you always in your judgments have shown, sir. We are very grateful to you, sir. Thank you very much. Aditi, please, you continue.
Yes, sir. So I feel immensely honored and greatly pleased to welcome Professor Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra. Sir has been teaching political science and law at the Department of Political Science at Sri Aurobindo College, University of Delhi. Sir is an international scholar in foreign policy, human rights, and disability studies, and he is also the honorary director of research and publication at BSK Legal. Sir has received the Media Award in the year 2017. Sir has been a former Vice President, Staff Association at Sri Aurobindo College, and he is the Joint Secretary of the National Association for Blind and an executive member of the Society for Child Development. Sir is a frequented resource person on family laws, human rights, Indian politics, and disability laws, and has also contributed several articles on law and politics in national and international journals. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, friends.
Thank you very much. Professor Vipin.
Very good morning to all of you, and it is a real privilege to be with uh, my revered friend, Advocate Sanjay Chadha-ji, and budding students, and Honorable Justice Safai-ji. I really feel that this is a great day for humanity to, you know, iron out several wrinkles of history which the mankind has itself made for it. It is not a day of celebration or commemoration. It is a day to, dissatisfy ourselves that we have to not accept this society as it is. We have to fight the odds and evils which the humanity has faced, not because of any natural calamity, not because of any environmental constraint, but because of the mindset which the man has created itself in the name of civilization, in the
I'm
name of
sorry, Vipinji. Can I? I'm sorry, I've interjected. I'm extremely sorry for that. But let the introduction part be over, then we will invite you, and we will be requesting Dr. Pasayat also. So we will be moving in a sequence. Aditi, please. Thank you very much.
I forgot. I'm so sorry. So
So
please
grateful.
continue, Aditi. I am so sorry because she said
Yes.
that over to. Okay.
And now I welcome our very own Mr. Sanjay K. Chadha, sir. He is the founding and managing partner in the litigation, arbitration, and labor law compliances of the BSK legal firm. By the virtue of his supervision and over 26 years of experience in legal profession, at present, the firm is successfully handling cases in over 614 districts throughout the length and the breadth of the country. He has also served as the sole arbitrator in various cases. Sir completed his master's in commerce from SRCC, Delhi University in the year 1992 and LLB in the year 1995 from Campus Law Center, Faculty of Law, Delhi University. He was a gold medalist in Delhi University and has aced many All India level exams. He is a prominent contributor to the news and print media, regularly featured in news columns and TV interviews. He is an avid speaker on the legal issues concerning his fellow citizens. He has highly empowered all his students and interns by simplifying the complexities of law and molding it in a manner that can be understood by the layman. His vision is law for all, and knowledge is the key to empowerment. He is a lawyer for a cause in its true sense. We welcome you, sir.
Uh, Thank you, Aditi. It was really wonderful listening to this. I was not expecting this big introduction of mine, but we are really, really honored. So I would request, I'm once again thankful to you, Aditi, and all of you, the team which is actively taking part. I could see on YouTube, we have got good number of people. So we have limited this Zoom session for limited people. So I would like Aditi to proceed with and invite. We all are really waiting to listen to our own Justice Pasayat. Please.
Yes, sir. It gives me immense pleasure to invite the legendary figure, Honorable Justice Dr. Arijit Pasayat. Born in 1944, Sir had a brilliant academic career, excelling in almost every academic examination he appeared for. After graduation with honors in English, he obtained LLB from MS Law College, Cuttack, securing first rank, obtained BCom degree privately, and after completing articleship, passed intermediate chartered accountancy examination. He began his career in law in 1968 and had practice in constitutional, taxation, and almost all other branches of law. He was appointed as an additional judge of the Odisha High Court in 1989 and a permanent judge of that court in 1990. He was appointed as acting Chief Justice of Odisha High Court in 1999. Sir was the main architect behind the introduction of the 5-year law course in Odisha. He was also the judge in charge of legal education in Odisha. He was elevated as Chief Justice of Kerala High Court in 1999 and then transferred as Chief Justice Delhi High Court in 2000. Justice Pasayat was elevated as a judge of the Supreme Court in 2001. He retired in May 2009 after an illustrious career during which he delivered more than 2,500 reported judgments, which is a world record for all Supreme Courts of the world. He rendered several landmark verdicts on various branches of law, in particular criminal jurisprudence, constitutional and environmental issues. He streamlined student union elections and also appointed the R.K. Raghavan Committee to put an end to the menace of ragging. Justice Pasayat was the part of the forest bench which ordered the ban on mining in Aravalli Hills. Post his retirement, Justice Pasayat headed the first competition appellate body and authority for advanced rulings, IT, CE, and customs. It's an honor to have you amongst us, sir, really. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. It really means a lot.
Thank you, Aditi. Thank you, Chadha. Thanks for agreeing to listen to me early, that too on a Sunday. But the subject is such that when Chadha requested me to speak to all of you, I thought it would be a wonderful opportunity to open my mouth, having kept it closed during the pandemic. Hope you are all fine, healthy. Let's hope that we come back to normalcy soon. And what better way than to start with on the 20th of February, the Social Justice Day. Well, when Chadha asked me to speak about social justice, what I was immediately reminded was that famous saying, injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. It applies so much to social justice. Social justice, in terms of the distribution of wealth, opportunities and privileges within a society. In Western as well as in older Asian cultures, the concept of social justice has often referred to the process of ensuring that individuals fulfill their societal roles and receive what was their due from the society. In the current movements for social justice, the emphasis has been on breaking the barriers for social mobility, the creation of safety nets, and economic justice. Social justice assigns rights and duties in the institutions of the society, which enables people to receive basic benefits and burdens of cooperation. The relevant institutions often include taxation, social insurance, public health, public school, public services, labor law, and regulation of markets to ensure distribution of wealth and equal opportunity. Interpreters and interpretations that relate justice to a reciprocal relation to the society are mediated by differences in cultural traditions, some of which emphasize the individual responsibility towards society, and others, the equilibrium between the access to power and its responsible use. Recently, I had an occasion to talk about rights. I said, rights are coupled with duties. We are becoming increasingly concerned about our rights, forgetting that there is a corresponding duty we have to do for the society. And that's a part of social justice. And social justice is invoked today while interpreting historical figures such as Bertolin in philosophical debates about differences among human beings, in efforts for gender, ethnic, and social equality, for advocating justice for migrants, prisoners, the environment, and the physically and the developmentally developed, disabled. While concepts of social justice can be found in classical and Christian philosophical sources, from Plato to Aristotle, to Augustine of Hippo and Thomas Aquinas, the term equal justice, social justice, finds its earlier uses in the late 18th century, albeit with unclear theoretical or practical meanings. The use of the term was early on subject to accusations of redundancy and of rhetorical flourish, perhaps, but not necessarily related to amplifying one view of distributive justice. In the coming and definition of the term in the Natural Law Social Scientific Treatise of Luigi Tapparelli in the early 1840s, Tapparelli established the natural law principle that corresponded to the philosophy and principle of brotherly love. That is, social justice reflects the duty one has to one's other self in the independent abstract unity of the human person in society. After the revolution of 1848, the term was popularized generally through the writings of Antonio Rossimini Servati. In the late industrial revolution, progressive era American legal scholars began to use the term more particularly. From early 20th century, it was also embodied in international law and institutions. The preamble to establish the International Labor Law Organization recalled the universal and lasting peace can be established only if it is based upon social justice. That was the first and most brilliant exposition of what, according to me, was the definition of social justice and what social justice, in essence, in effect, means. In the later 20th century, social justice was also made central to the philosophy of social contract, primarily in a theory of justice. In 1993, the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action treats social justice as a purpose of human rights education. And that is what should be the starting point of our thoughts when we think of social justice as a concept to be brought forward and not to be rhetorically used and to be commemorated, as a professor had said, on a particular date and then forget about it till the next year. No, that's not the way social justice has to be thought of. Social justice is so important to each one of us as individuals, as a society. And therefore, when we talk of our responsibilities, our answerability, it should be to our individuals, to the society and the society at large. And that would be true in the true sense we understand what social justice is. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So thankful to you, sir. And it was, as always, you've been, a pillar of inspiration for all of us, sir. Thank you very much for taking out time, and in such a nutshell, you have summarized the entire philosophy of equality, entire philosophy which is very rightly enshrined in our own constitution. Preamble says all these parts. I'm so delighted to have you, sir. And सबसे बड़ी बात कि आपके दर्शन हो गए ऐसे ही हमें, नहीं तो आपसे मुलाकात भी कितने 2 साल हो गए सर, 2-2.5 साल हो गए when I met you, all because of Corona. It is, and I just wanted to share this with everybody that whenever I have met sir, so much blessings I have got, and this goes not that I know him, anybody, he is so powerful in this. I mean, this is something which we get sir from you always, and I know what you are doing, wonderful what you are doing in Odisha, where every year we celebrate your father's uh, birth anniversary, and they're wonderful. I mean, I have no words to say so, and we are really grateful that you are doing so much service to all of us and to the society at large. One, we pray to God, Lord Jagannath, for your long life and similar आशीर्वाद, इस तरह का जो आशीर्वाद है ये सदैव हमको मिलता रहे, हम ये चाहेंगे प्रभु से, बहुत मेरी ये प्रार्थना है. And I'm very glad to see our honorable advocate and very great, I mean very close friend of mine, Shri Shilabhadra Shastri ji has joined from Bhubaneswar, and I called him in the morning only. I said, Adriniya Pasayat ji aa rahe hain, aap bhi aiye. And he's president of vice president of Bar Association of Bhubaneswar, and a very stalwart, I must say. Shastri ji, please welcome.
It was a proud privilege for me to join my Lord Justice Prasad. As always, he has been blessing me. He is a father figure to me, as I told earlier. So it is a kind attraction to join.
Yeah, the moment, sir, the moment I told him that sir is coming, and for us, it is not for Shastriji, you only. He is a father figure for, I think, the entire law community now. We, as Aditi has mentioned, over 2,500 judgments. American Supreme Court passes only 13 judgments.
All leading judgments, you can say.
And all of them are still, we are, reading and quoting them all across the high courts and of course in Supreme Court. So it's a great privilege. Our country needs stalwarts.
My Lord Justice is so savvy with the internet. He used to send WhatsApp messages regularly to me. That is my proud privilege.
And best part, I wanted to tell all, because a lot of law students are there. I wanted to say, whenever I send him any news item or any of my clippings, I'm sorry, sir watches it, tells me, I mean, good Sanjay, you are doing good, or something. If there is something wrong, he'll say, please correct it. Something. So that much dedication we have never seen, and we always learn it from you, sir. So it is an inspiration for all of you students who are there in participating in this program today. Who many of them are there on YouTube, because we can't invite everybody in Zoom. So for you, just we should take this as an inspiration. You have to work very hard. He has, Aditi said that he did his chartered accountant. Then he was privately doing his education also. So a lot of hard work is there. We have to appreciate this hard work. Is not that within a day he became everything. It is. So it is a great inspiration for all of you. And of course, we drive it all the time. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, Aditi, I would request you to please proceed. And now, thereafter, Vipin ji will have to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay. God bless you. God bless all of you. See you all happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So grateful to you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, I welcome Professor Vipin K. Malhotra to express his views on today's conference.
Before which, I would like to mention a few words about my friend, Vice President of Bhubaneswar Bar association, a very important post he is having, a very social person. And if you go to Bhubaneswar, you speak to anybody, he will be knowing him. One. Second, very important aspect is you watch him, people who are very savvy with the Uriya television. You watch him every day, he's giving his thoughts on, very frequently, if not every day, on various legal issues of national and international importance. It's a great privilege to have you, Shalabhadra Shastri ji. He's my brother. I know him
My
from last
pleasure.
25 years. I know him, and he's been showering his love on me, on BSK Legal. He's an extended wing of BSK Legal, I always call him. And he has helped us in looking after over 150 cases in Bhubaneswar and surrounding areas, and majority of them in High Court, National State Commission. We have seen very positive orders. So thank you very much. We don't get occasion to thank you always. So it is a great
No,
privilege.
not at all. ये आपका बड़ापन है, आप ज्यादा बोल दिए मेरे बारे में.
नहीं,
But one thing I must tell everybody, it has been my pleasure, as you said right now, it has been my pleasure to be part of Lord Jagannath Rath Yatra's case in Supreme Court, as well as the
Yes.
Rasgulla case between Odisha and Bengal. I have been the lawyer for Odisha state government for the Rasgulla fight of Odisha and Bengal.
That fight was later on. We have got many people from Bengal also. Anyways, so but of course that is a judgment now. Thank you very much, Shastri ji. And now, in continuation, once again, Aditi, I would request you to proceed further.
Yes, sir. Now I invite Professor Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra to express his views and throw some light on today's conference. Sir.
Okay, friends, it's a real privilege to be here amongst the galaxy of stars, legal luminaries, and Honorable Justice Prakash. His views were so sacrosanct, and he has always, spelled out the golden words. And his concern about social justice, I really respect. And as I was telling, and due to immediate presence of Justice Prakash, I think I was duty bound to halt myself. Social justice has been a close, subject to my heart. It is so close to my heart that I feel that yes, the saying goes like that: poverty anywhere is threat to prosperity anywhere. And then Martin Luther King Jr. he said that just injustice anywhere is threat to justice everywhere. So first we should understand that how this concept of social justice has been interwoven. As it is in the Greek society that if a person gets or behaves according to his aptitude, then it is social justice. That is the ideal society. But let us forget about that, because we are not very happy about the checkered history of humanity as far as social justice is concerned. We have seen, inhuman discriminations on the ground of, sex, caste, creed, religion, language, region, etc. And they are so horrible, that the forthcoming generation are bound to be ashamed of humanity, that what they have done in the past, in the name of racism, in the name of gender, in the name of economic power, what they have done to their fellow beings. So I would like to highlight the notion of social justice as propounded by Ambedkar. He was immensely influenced by the French Revolution. He said that just the social justice, the crux of his lies, crux of lies in the fact that we should have a society with equality, liberty, and fraternity. So these pillars, three pillars have to be there if we want to build up a uh, you know society based on social justice. And it is a matter of joy for us that we are born in such environment, in, born in such legal arrangement where we can, at least by law, we can have equality of law, equality before law. We have right against untouchability. We have right against exploitation. We have right to freedom of religion. We have right to, have our education. We have right to a clean environment, and we are in a society where, at least by law, you are granted all the rights which are to be there uh, in the society to create a society with social justice. Though these rights have not reached to the people, reached to the masses till date, we all know, and it was a travesty in the part of uh, our lawmakers that we could have complete political revolution by providing adult franchise, and we notionally accepted the fundamental rights to be sacrosanct for the people, wherein we can enjoy our civil and political rights. But somehow the rights concerning the social justice were put under the directive principles of the state policy, and a lip service was given to the preamble, which were injusticiable. So, but it long time has come after the freedom. We have spent already 75 years of the freedom of India and 72 years of the constitution making process. Still, we have lots of openings as far as the injustice is perpetrated in the name of caste, in the name of religion, in the name of gender, and still our youngsters are unemployed. Poverty is abysmal still in India. We have around 25% people who are living below the poverty line, and we have not been able to have regional balances. We have not been able to address to the issues of the economic parity. So these things need to be addressed. We still do not have uniform civil code, which we pledged to ourselves during the constitution making process. So there are lots. There are certain milestones which we have achieved, but there is a lot more to be achieved. And I feel that in this conference, the students and the researchers have come up with several new dimensions of social justice. We are, observing this day as a World Social Justice Day, as it was mandated by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 2007. And since then, we have been, observing it. I will not say celebrating it or commemorating, because there is nothing to celebrate about it. Because this is something which pains me, that why we have to fight for social justice. Why there are so many wrinkles in the human history. Why we had very, you know, I would not even say animal-like. I would say such a horrible and demon-like practices like racialism, gender disparity, you know, uh, unequal distribution of wealth, unemployment, and mindless exploitation, human trafficking, immoral trafficking, etc. So why we have to go through that? It is not that nature is responsible for that. It is not that environment is responsible for that. We have got a beautiful planet with beautiful configurations, natural configurations, and it is our duty to make this planet not only environment friendly, but a social friendly environment where each and every one could participate, with dignity and respect. So with this, I open this conference along with Justice Bhatt and Advocate Sanjay Ji Chadha-ji and our honorable friend, Vice President Bar Association, Odisha High Court. You know, he, he seems to be a very humble person who has lots of concern about social justice. And as Sanjay said, that he has been always there to help people with his, profession. So I welcome all the students, all the audience on the YouTube to be a part and parcel of this e-conference, and we will have an opportunity to learn so many things which we can do to promote social justice in the society. If we want to have a society which is based on peace, love, brotherhood, and happiness. So over to Aditi once again. Thanks a lot, Aditi, for anchoring this session in such a vociferous manner.
It's an honor, sir. Thank you so much. Your words were really enlightening. Now,
I request Aditi, I'm sorry, I'm interjecting, no doubt about it, that all I call them my students because this privilege they have given to me. I have a great love, respect for all of you, and I know continuously this session is going to be a wonderful, knowledgeable event. Because Shilabhadra Shastri ji has joined us, and I would not, like this occasion to go beyond his, throwing light on this subject or his own experience, the way, because we have a lot of law fraternity which is here with us. So I want Shastri ji to please say some whatever little for us. Then we will start our conference with the whole day. There will be, we have divided the event into 3 sessions, and Aditi will throw more light on it. We have got Ananya, Tusharika, Bhedya. They are going to do the anchoring for the rest of the event. But Aditi, it is your event right now. Please, after Mr. Shastri, please. I welcome you, Mr. Shastri.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay ji. It's my proud privilege that you have given me an opportunity to join over here. Incidentally, today, no doubt we have been observing years altogether the Social Justice Day. But as a matter of fact, how far we are achieving this? Though in Article 15, Article 16, Article 17, Article 19, 23, 24, we have been guaranteed with multiple facets like social justice, like your untouchability, all sex, race, everything. Constitution has given us a big wide scope. But how far practically we are doing this kind of social justice? If we talk of sex, caste, creed, color, no doubt the social justice has been given in constitution, but in practical, we the people have to implement the social justice. If we talk of the real sense of social justice, beginning from 19th century, in European countries, they have started talking of this social justice. They have started discriminating, stopping the discrimination, and caste, creed, color, bar. Likewise, no doubt in pre-independence time of India, there were lots of trouble in the society, like untouchability, sex, caste, color, creed, likewise. But after the independence, gradually the concept has changed. I'll just give you one example of yesterday. My hometown is Jajpur. It is just 100 kilometers away from Bhubaneswar state capital. Yesterday, I had a case at Jajpur. I had been there. Jajpur happens to be the oldest capital of Odisha. Now that Jajpur has got a cultural rich heritage, and similarity of Jajpur has got with Banaras. Dasaswamaj Ghat, you will find one in Banaras, other one is Jajpur. Yesterday, I had been to my village. I found my village, the temple inside. The temple is of Lord Shiva. It's about 1,000-year-old temple. Where I have seen from my childhood, no other caste people than Brahmins were allowed inside that temple. Yesterday itself, there was a gathering in the temple, a small kind of meeting in the temple. But I found every person of the village, chahe Kshatriya ka hai, chahe Brahman ka hai, but my village, I must tell you, my village is a specifically Brahmins village. But Brahmanों के गांव में मैंने कल देखा कि हर कोई कास्ट क्रीड का आदमी आया हुआ है, मंदिर पे हर कोई बैठा हुआ है. तो दिस काइंड ऑफ माइंडसेट इज गेटिंग चेंज. तो ये भी थोड़ी बहुत खुशी लगा कि लोगों ने एक साथ मिलने गए, लोगों का एक साथ मिलना बैठना हो गया. तो अभी इसके साथ कहता है कि द सोशल डिस्टेंस इज गेटिंग क्लोजर नाउ. अभी जो डिस्टेंस था दैट इज गेटिंग क्लोजर. सो इफ वी टॉक ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस, once you consider the other man to be a human being first, then only we talk of social justice. Talking of constitution, but without executing the constitutional value does not have any sense. So likewise, the government is the instrumental organization or the agency to implement the social justice. If you find some places there is a bar of entering the people, in mostly in southern India, you will find other date also people are not allowed inside many temples. If we talk of Sabramal case in last year, there has been a hue and cry. In many other temples are there, people are restricted. But right now, the concept has changed. This social justice system has been implemented throughout the country. So if we talk of our mindset, the mindset has to be changed. Talk of law, but without implementing law doesn't have any meaning. So we have to implement the law through our changing of concept, our changing of status. So we have to be equally treated with each other. We have to give equal opportunity. Making the reservation in the services does not fulfill all social justice system, because accepting services, there are many other platforms wherein social justices are not being made properly. So the social justice system has to be implemented in a proper manner through all nooks and corners of the country, society, and beginning from the remote village to the urban people, to the urban area, to the urban concept. So the concept has to be accepted widely, and unless until we adopt the law into our mind, we do think that law has to be implemented through our mindset, through our changing of concepts and change of behavior. Our behavior approach must be changed so that the social justice can be given equally to all. So I'll not go for more speech and all that. I'll not kill more time. I would like to give Sanjay Chandaji a big thank for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, BSK Legal. Thank you all. And I'm grateful to my late Justice Prasad Sahab, Dr. Malhotra ji, and all other people present here. It is my great pleasure giving me this opportunity. Thank you all. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you very much. Aditi, you can proceed with the event.
Yes, sir. Now I request Mr. Sanjay Chadda, sir, to give the welcome and address our speakers for the session and express his views on the event today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Aditi. So grateful to each one of you that you have taken out time today on this Sunday. As I always say that it is in whether I could see Sonu Kumar also being with us, a journalist. So it gives a pleasure seeing such dynamic people. You know, Shastriji, I spoke to him, Aditi, if I may say, I spoke to him at 9:30 or so. Just clicked my mind, why not? Otherwise, and look at his gesture that he came, spoke about the subject, and so nicely he gave his own example, a 2 days before example. As I tell everybody out here that live examples are very, very important. They are the practical aspects, which you don't learn in the law college, because law books don't have, they don't narrate the practical aspects. I want to tell you all, it's a great moment, I must say. I feel really proud, even if only one person is taking out time and narrating his, thoughts. It's a step ahead. With that, I am so grateful to my friend, my brother, Shri Vipin K. Malhotra ji, Professor Vipin K. Malhotra ji, my dear friend Shalabhadra Shastri ji, and honorable judges, Justice Pasayat, Justice Iqbal Ansari ji, who was Chief Justice of Patna High Court and Guwahati High Court, and our own Delhi High Court Judge, Honorable Shri Dhingra ji. He will be joining us. They will be joining in the later hours. So with that, as the topic is very, very important, and I really want to congratulate all the participants, all the people who have made this event a success are really great. And you guys have put forth this step. I'm telling you, this is the beginning. You have, lot such occasions are going to be there in your life. Take part in each one of them. So with that, without wasting much of the time, without taking much of the time, I would request Aditi to please invite, first of all, Professor Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra to preside over this session. I'm sorry, this session is to be presided by me. I'm sorry. That is the next session. I'm sorry. So I'm there, and I request you to please bring the people forward who are going to speak today in this session. Thank you.
So without
Shastriji, I'm sorry. I don't know what is your schedule. If you have to go, you can, be here till whatever time.
Actually, I have my time with a senior.
Yes, I know that, sir. You have taken out this much time. This is also
my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shastriji. Once again. Yes. Yeah, Aditi ji, please.
Yeah. So now, without a further ado, I would like to invite our speakers to present their papers. Our first speaker is Ayush Kumar from Bharati Vidyapit New College, Pune, and he will present his paper on social justice and the Indian Constitution. Are you here, Ayush?
You can call him up and see, might be some connection. So you can call the next speaker.
Our second speaker is Sohini Mandal. She is from Law Department of University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, and she will present her paper on social justice and the Indian Constitution.
Welcome, Sohini, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Very good morning. You are audible. Please start.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, please. It is visible.
So, on this day of social justice, I would like to highlight the points of my paper, which is on the theme Social Justice and Indian Constitution. What is social justice? Social justice refers to the view that every individual deserves equal economic, political, and social rights and opportunities. It refers to the justice which is provided in terms of privileges and opportunities to the individuals of different sections of the society. Social justice achieves through different provisions of the Indian Constitution. The term social justice emerged in the 19th century. Social justice in our country aims to provide establishment of supportive environment for the upliftment and providing equal opportunities to different sections of the society. The Constitution of India provides us with different provisions which helps to acquire social justice. The provisions are as follows. Article 17, which prohibits untouchability, which was one of the main grounds of discrimination in the previous era. Article 15 of the Indian Constitution, which prohibits discrimination based on different grounds like race, religion, caste, sex, etc. Also, there are Article 16 of the Indian Constitution, which provides the rights of equal opportunities in the matter of public employment. Lastly, I would like to conclude by saying that social justice denotes equal opportunities and equal treatment to every individuals of the society. The different provisions of the Indian Constitution, as presented in my slides, helps to achieve the objectives of achieving social justice by removing all kinds of social discrimination faced by different individuals of the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Soni. Our next speaker is Khushbu Pasbola. She is from Graphic Era Hill University, Dehradun, and she'll be presenting her paper on social justice and the Indian Constitution.
Before going into the next paper, Soni Mandal has presented before us the constitutional provisions she has just mentioned. I just wanted to say something, Soni, you need to be a little elaborate also. You have to also communicate what are the relevant, everything should be in little detail. And it was a very small brief, like you have to be in elaborate, the time given to you was 10 minutes. And you have shortened up the entire thing to a very small. So I would try and add a few things to what Sehoni said. What is our constitution? All of us know that from the beginning of the very first page of our constitution preamble, very elaborately mentions the gist of it. In one, page, everything, as we call in Hindi, nichod, is mentioned there. So equality is very, very primarily mentioned there. Part 3 of the Constitution, starting from all those articles which she has mentioned, Article 14 onwards, if we go till 30, all these articles are very, very relevant. And some speaker initially has also mentioned that making all these part, affirmative action itself, there are so many positive aspects of affirmative action. At the time when we, got our independence, it was an eminently necessary step. You do not know this, that from Alpin to a ship, nothing was being made here. Everything used to come from outside. We have in these 70 years developed a lot. Though the scope was wide, we could have gone so much ahead. But despite that, I would say we have really, really moved ahead. And these provisions, fundamental provisions of our constitution has really helped us. So with that, there is great scope of improvements on, but the best part is that you have taken part. Participation itself is very, very important, I must say. Even those people who are listening to us, they are also participants. So I really congratulate them also. एक पुरानी बात मुझे याद आती है, I don't know whether you know the meaning of it. गिरते हैं सवार ही मैदानी जंग में. अगर हम मैदानी जंग में भाग ही नहीं लेंगे तो हमें पता कैसे चलेगा. We'll wait for you for your next presentation whenever we have an event, and I really have a great respect, regard for you. You are always a hard-working girl. I have seen you in whatever little period. So wonderful, and keep doing the good work. No doubt about it that the Constitution is the backbone for social justice in our country. Please, Aditi, who's the next?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Ayush is here with us. Ayush, can we hear you?
Yes.
Yeah. So Ayush Kumar from Bharati Vidyapit, New College, Pune, will be presenting his paper on social justice and the Indian Constitution.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ayush Kumar, first year student of New College, Pune. As you know, in today's world, social justice can be seen in any sphere of life, be it education, politics, religion, etc. That's why social justice is an important topic debate in today's world, as it affects the lives of the people. It is important for everyone because it's everyone gets essential for a good life, gets educated, health care, protects people from racism, discrimination, and so on. And in today's world, the social justice aims to speak about against injustice and promote worldwide social justice. Every year, this day has been marked with different themes, and the theme of this year is social justice through formal employment, focuses on the idea that employment resources and opportunities play a huge role in reducing
Aditi, I think something went wrong with his mic.
Yes, sir. I think he has lost his network connection.
So we'll take him once again. Please
Yes,
invite the other speaker.
Yes, sir. Now, moving further, I invite Khushbu Pasbola to present her paper on social justice and the Indian Constitution. She is from Graphic Era, Hill University, Dehradun. Khushbu, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please continue.
Yes, I'm sharing my PPT. Okay. So the topic of my today's presentation is social justice and the Indian Constitution. Since here, I will going to discuss what is social justice from the thinker's perspective, Indian constitutions and its introduction, fundamental right, directive principle of state policy, fundamental duties. The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Martin Luther King Jr. What is social justice? The definition of justice is multidimensional. From the common people perspective, they correlate it with court or the judicial system, but it's one of its ambit. Justice is the idea, value, and feeling of morally right or wrong that an individual deals within society. The question of justice are the central importance of the politics. For the social justice, the principle of equal treatment need to be balanced with the principle of proportionality. Social justice and the thinker's perspective. Since time immemorial, the concept of justice has interpreted in which the ancient Indians were considered justice as dharma, whereas in China, it is Confucius argued that kings should maintain justice by punishing the wrongdoers and rewarding the virtuous. Socrates explained that justice involved the well-being of everyone. Because if everyone will unjust, no one could be sure of benefiting from it. John Ravel, in his book Theory of Justice, well expressed that individual in the society should decide what is justice within the wheel of ignorance, which means to look from the interest of worst off. Then whatever the decision may come, it will on the basis of rational judgment. Fairness is the outcome of rational actions, not benevolence or generosity. Indian constitutions and its introduction. The Constitution of India, implemented on 26th of January 1950, was a byproduct of the legacy started by the Government of India Act 1935. It is the lengthiest written constitutions, originally containing preamble, 395 articles divided into 22 parts and 8 schedules. And presently, we consist of a preamble, 470 articles divided into 25 parts and 12 schedules. There are many salient features of the Indian constitutions, like written and lengthiest constitutions, preamble, federal government, parliamentary government, three-tiers government, fundamental rights and duties, directive principle of state policy, and many more. The dimension of justice is very well covered in our constitutions, and it's enshrined in every aspect. The Constitution of India contains preamble, which considered it as preface of our constitution. The preamble of our constitution starts with, "We, the people of India." In its starting, it declares its unbiased natures and a proclamation of positive justice. Here, the Constitution of India preamble. Fundamental rights with respect to social justice. The fundamental rights guaranteed in Part 3 of our constitutions contains right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitations, right to freedom of religion, culture and educational right, right to constitutional remedy. The fundamental rights gives equal opportunity to every person without any discriminations, and if there is any violation, then any person can approach to Supreme Court or High Court and can issue the writ for the restoration of their right. It uploaded the interest of public at large and unity of the nation. It is also considered as the Magna Carta of our Constitution. Article 14 of the Constitution provides the equality before law and equal treatment of law. And this article codifies the rule of law. The concept of rule of law states that everyone is equal before law, even the one who makes it. The whole articles include the greater idea of justice, proportionate law, which means equals and unequals. Unequals are not only treated equally, but also they have to be so treated. It does not mean all law must be general in character. Identical treatment in unequal circumstances will amount to inequality. To achieve this law, there should be two conditions fulfilled. First, reasonable differentia, and second, direct nexus between object and legislation. Article 15 prohibits any discriminations on the ground of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. Article 17 abolished the concept of untouchability. Article 19 gives the freedom of speech and expressions to every individual, but with certain reasonable restrictions on them. This right includes the liberty to propagate one's views only. It also propagates and publishes the views of others. Article 21 is considered as the backbone of our constitutions. It provides protections of life and personal liberty, except the procedure established by law. Article 25 gives freedom to every individual, the freedom of conscience and right to profess, practice, and propagate religion. Article 32, right to the constitutional remedy, is the heart and soul of our constitution, said by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, provides the right to directly approach to Supreme Court or High Court if our fundamental right has been infringed. Not only fundamental rights, but our directive principle of state policies, also called as instrument of accession, instrument of instructions, based on socialistic, Gandhian, and liberal intellectual from Article 36 to 51, and also our fundamental duties from Article 51A, binds our judicial system both morally and ethically. Here, the conclusion. I would like to conclude through a self-composed poem. The title of my poem is Outcome of Social Justice, the Constitution. Here, I have personified the Indian Constitution. Preamble. Years ago and years later, I will always, even the time alters. I am someone's in every citizen's life. Because of me, the country got many reasons to survive. I was defeated warrior of debate and discussions in this field. Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic taught me it isn't a war indeed. It's the old adage that justice, liberty, equality never got mitigate. No, never the times will come for our thoughts to change. Even though the concept of fraternity is in my count, my creation was a precious time which never gonna come no matter what's the amount. They all were inveterate of adding other features in my life. They weren't aware that I hereby adopt it at the clock of 49. Thank you.
That was wonderful. And I request you
Yes,
to,
sir.
once again read the poem which you have written, because it talks about, I think it is the gist of what.
Yes, sir. I tried to include the whole preamble in this poem.
That shows your, you have this, I would say, a very nice asset with you of expression. So that is wonderful. And I really congratulate you for this.
Thanks.
Keep doing the hard work. As I always say, it will certainly will pay you off sometime or the other. So that is very good. And in your deliberation presentation, which you just made, very nicely you have touched upon the important provisions of our Constitution. Our Constitution's provision, which talks about the social justice, which are the basis for the actual social justice. You talked about how the Constitution has given a mandate to the governments, various governments, to adhere to what are the directive principles given. What is a fundamental duty of an individual, of a citizen, that is you narrated. Certainly today, to achieve the goal of equality, today to achieve the goal of, the social equality which we are talking today, I think we have to, in its true sense, adopt our Constitution. If we truly adopt it, I am very, very clear about it. If we truly adopt it and truly follow it, there's not even, that day will not be far when, if we truly adopt it, all the pain, agony, which comes on the count of this particular disparity will go. So wonderful. I would now request Aditi to move forward and go to the next speaker. And also I would request Aditi, I think somebody was not able to connect what was the name, first name. So you can, in between when the next speaker is speaking, kindly connect with the other two speakers. One, the other two speakers which were not able to.
Yes, sir, I spoke with him. He's having some network issue and he's trying to resolve it. He'll speak afterwards.
All right. So
yes, sir.
who's the
Moving
next?
further, up next we have Ashi Agarwal and Akansha Yadav from Banasthali Vidyapith, Rajasthan, who will be presenting their paper jointly on role of Indian Constitution in ensuring social justice. Are you guys here?
Yes.
Okay, you can start.
Social justice is the surest guarantor of peace in the world. A very socially driven good morning to everyone. We, Ashi Agrawal and Akanksha Yadav, student of law at Vanasthali Vidyapith, are holding the golden opportunity to express our thought process before you all with regard to the role of Indian Constitution in ensuring the social justice. The makers of our constitution were well aware of the glaring social inequality that exists in Indian society. They understood the need to provide a form of justice which will fulfill the expectation of whole resolution. When we talk about justice, it often considered as punishment for offense. But justice is ideal representation of something that is just and right. So it basically means just, impartial, fair, and right. Now, if we talk about social justice, then it relates to the balance between the individual side and social control, ensuring the fulfillment of legitimate and equal distribution among them. The weaker section also and other who socially the weaker section also and to others who are socially who want social justice. Yes, those who are socially backward, who are not aware of their rights, who find it difficult for survival, who cannot make their life path easy, and so on. With the element taken from almost every constitution in the world, the Constitution of India has several salient features which make it different from other constitutions. As it is made by us, to us, and for us. The word social, secular, democratic, and republic has been inserted in preamble with the view of social welfare state. As Jawaharlal Nehru put it before the Constituent Assembly, and I quote it, the first work of the Assembly is to make India independent by new constitution through which starving people get a complete meal and each Indian will get the opportunity to progress himself. End of the quote. The term justice in preamble embrace three distinct forms: social, economic, political, and these have been secured through various provisions of fundamental right and directive principles. If we talk about where this social injustice begins, then Indian society have social class system from ancient time. The society was divided into several classes on the ground of work, caste, slaves, forced labor in ancient age. The several social ills were there. Trends like forced labor, untouchability, child marriage, prohibition of widow marriage, sati, and etc. So, centralization of power, money, education, social power, and material things were found in ancient age. After people were so much dominated and exploited in every manner in British rules, thus the freedom fight of India was the fight to get some great ideal, and social justice is one of them, which have been adopted by Constituent Assembly. Now, we need to know what is social justice. In the word of all, we all heard the phrase social justice a lot. But what exactly it means? Social justice simply means equal rights and equitable opportunity. It is a view that everyone deserves an equal economic, political, and social right and opportunities. In Consumer Education and Research Center versus Union of India, it was held social justice is a device to ensure life to a meaningful and livable in human dignity. Social justice broadly incorporates economic justice also. Social justice is visualized by Indian Constitution is found mostly in the directive principle of the state, part 4 of the Constitution of India, and to the little extent to the chapter of fundamental rights and other provisions of the Constitution. Social justice denotes equal treatment to all the citizens without any social discrimination based on caste, color, race, religion, sex, and so on. As it is pronounced in Keshwar and the Bharti case, the concept of social justice is basic the structure of the Constitution and cannot be veiled down or altered or done away with the view of doctrine of basic structure. In Balvi Kaur versus Steel Authority of India, the Supreme Court was firmly ruled that concept of social justice is yardstick to the justice administration system or the legal justice. Now, Akansha will discuss about the challenges in social justice. Over to you, Akansha.
Thank you, Ashi. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akanksha, as introduced before my co-author. So without wasting any more time, I will continue with the presentation. What is the challenges in social justice? In spite of 40-year independence, 85-year plans, and 100 of law providing a wide range of special facilities to the underprivileged, including women, scheduled castes, tribes, etc., social justice remains a distant dream. Over 965 million people live below in the poverty line, meaning they can't afford buy even as simplest thing. Only 60% of households have the access electricity, drinking water, and toilet other facilities. Only 3.9% of households in rural area have these access. Almost all rural healthcare is a joke sham except Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Millions of educated people and unemployed people face this problem. Human life is not possible without satisfying and set of a basic need such as food, shelter, clothing, human health care, primary education, etc. Social stability and peace are threatened by the widespread caste prejudice and discrimination against the lower caste. In a liberal society, general justice must be taken seriously. Now, I would like to discuss the role of Constitution in social justice. The Constitution concern of social justice and economic justice as an elastic, continuous process is to accord justice to all the sections of the society by providing all facility and opportunity. Social justice is a principle that go into the formation of a welfare state. The themes and principles of social economic justice are implied, reflect in the preamble to the Constitution in the Part 3 Fundamental Right and in the Part 4 Directive Principle of the Constitution. It has been held that the validity of any law enacted by legislature would be tested against the touchstone of the preamble, fundamental right, and directive principle. The concept of social justice and implied the removal of inequalities and rectification of the justice arising from the transaction between unequal group of people. To put it very simply, social justice refers to the distribution of benefits and burden, the basis distribution in the area of conflict between rights, need, and demand. Among other things, the Constitution of India promises to all the citizens economic, social, political justice, freedom of expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity to ensure dignity and unity for all. In three parts, one is preamble, as I mentioned, second fundamental right, and third is a directive principle. Now, I would like to discuss where does the solution lies? The solution to social justice lies within us only. We should be aware the expression of the poor, backward social justice, which are being used to determine standard, to float norms, to put institution to work. We should examine every claim, whether it is made in the behalf of poor or backward or anyone else. Instead of focusing on equality of outcome, we should focus on the equality of opportunity. We should try to resize the policies of the state in the truly secular liberal direction. Government policy should be focused on the individual rather than a group. Considering the fact that societies are never static and social processes are constantly changing, a good legal language is one that makes sure the laws are updated to deal with the changing solution, ensuring social justice. As long as a legal system aims to ensure good, it should also safeguard the dignity of the human being and inherent need of every individual to reach their full potential. Indian message do not put their faith in legal system alone, but in their conscious awakening and effort to obtain social and economic justice. Having an understanding of these legal rights, however, can be motivating factor. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can change the world, because education encourages learners to evaluate and apply the principle of rule of law in their daily lives. Now, concluding I would like to say, equity is greater than equality. So we need to develop a viable judicial system by changing our existing procedural law and taking necessary steps for the proper implementation of law, including timely filling a vacancy of post of judge in all court. Injustice is the biggest threat. Injustice is the biggest threat. Let us join hands to eradicate injustice from the world. Happy birthday of social justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you, Akanksha and Ashi. It was really enlightening. And the last what you call slide which you showed, that is the gist of as the equality and the difference between equality and what was that? Equality and Akanksha, what was that? Equity. So, and from there only we derive the force of what Article 14, 15, 16, all these things they talk about, where we have to, the concept of affirmative action, as I was talking to you. So yes, that is what is very, very, very necessary. Wonderful. You have in your paper not only talked about what exactly is the need of our, but you have also given the conclusion, and you have also given the solution, rather, what is way forward we should adopt. So that was good. Thank you very much for that. Both of you are from the
Thank
same
you, sir.
institution.
Thank you so much, sir.
Fifth year law students, both of you. So good, you have a great future ahead. Let us go back to Aditi. Thank you once again, Ashi and Akanksha.
Thank you, sir. Further, we have Nabil Masood, who is from Aligarh Muslim University, and he will be presenting his paper on social justice and the Indian Constitution. Over to you, Nabil.
Good morning, everyone. This is Nabil Masood. I'm a student of law from the middle year from Aligarh Muslim University. My topic for paper presentation is social justice and Indian Constitution. So I would like to commence with a quote from great constitutional scholar Granville Austin, who has said in his magisterial work that probably no other constitution in the world has provided so much impetus towards changing and rebuilding society for the common good. Though borrowed from almost every constitution of the world, it has several salient features that distinguishes it from its counterparts. Social justice is the idea of creating a society or institution that is based on the principles of equality and solidarity, that understands and values human rights and recognizes the dignity of every human being. Indian democracy, which is the largest one in the world, that embraces within a very important goal to achieve social justice and equality in a very evident way. Justice is always associated with the presumption of fair treatment, equal rights, and access in the legal system. Justice is a concept necessary for the welfare of the state, and which is an important part for the development of the state in overall. Indian Constitution adopts this concept in various provisions, including preamble in the form of socialist, social and economic justice, equality, etc., that clearly makes it evident that the state is deeply involved in social welfare of people and endeavors to establish an equal society which will work on not only on equality but on equity also. Social justice and its background. Social justice was a concept that arose in the early 19th century during the Industrial Revolution and subsequent civil revolutions throughout Europe, which aimed to create more of an egalitarian societies, and which was a remedy for the capitalistic exploitation of human labor because of the stark stratifications between wealthy and the poor. During this time, early social justice advocates focused primarily on capital, property, and distribution of wealth. But by the mid-20th century, this concept of social justice took a change, and it expanded from being primarily concerned with economics to include other spheres of social life, from environment, race, gender, equality, sexual preferences, etc. Concurrently, the measures of social justice expanded from being measured and enacted only by the nation state to include a universal For example, Article 19 people to choose is not an obligation on them what they want to do and not. Article 24, prohibition of employment of children in factories, which is a step to promote social justice and stop the malpractice of employing underage children in hazardous environment. Application of the principles contained in DPSP, Article 37. Article 39, certain principles of the policy to be followed by the state for which are aimed to develop these standards of living for the people. Article 39A, which states equal justice and free legal aid, which is an important aspect for social justice. Article 17, which talks about abolition of untouchability, which was a prejudice prevalent in the society and resulted in a lot of social stigmatization of the Dalits and the lower caste in the country. Article 25, that talks about freedom of conscience and free profession, practice and propagation of religion, which shows that Indian Constitution is not biased towards a particular religion. It sees every religion as its own thing. It does not discriminate between any of them. Article 330 of the Constitution, that talks about reservation of seats of scheduled caste and scheduled tribes in the House of the People. It leads to the inclusion of these people who have been marginalized throughout the time immemorial. Article 332, that talks about reservation of seats for scheduled caste and scheduled tribes in the legislative assemblies of the state. It also leads to the inclusion of these groups in the mainstream society. Reservation of seats in panchayat, it also talks about the same thing. The right to equality that has been granted under Article 14 to 18, they also promote social justice. Right to freedom, which is granted under Articles 19 to 22, they also talk about social justice as they provide people with freedom to choose. Right to education, which is granted under Article 21A, makes education a fundamental right. As we all know that education is the key to social justice and development of the society as a whole. Right against exploitation is granted under Articles 23 and 24. Right to freedom of religion is granted under Articles 25 to 28, which leads our nation on the path of a secular and a socialist society, which does not discriminate on the grounds of majority and minority. Right to constitutional remedies, which is rightly said by Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar as the heart and soul of the Constitution, as people are granted power to reach out to the higher courts and the Supreme Courts if their fundamental rights are violated by any of the government or of the government activities. Ambedkar's views and a solution of social justice. Ambedkar's view of social justice was to remove the imbalances in the social, political, and economic life of the people and to create a just society. It means dispensing justice to those to whom it has been systematically denied in the past because of an established social structure. These are 5 basic principles of Baba Sahib Bhimrao Ambedkar through which justice can be dispensed in the society. These are: first, establishing a society where individual becomes the means of all social purposes. Second, establishment of society based on equality, liberty, and fraternity. And third, establishing democracy, political, economic, and social forms. Fourth, establishing democracy through constitutional measures. And fifth, establishing democracy by breaking monopoly of the upper strata who has been given privilege from the past few years and from the time immemorial. These are the main principles of Ambedkar's theory of social justice. Ambedkar was of the opinion that social justice was and can be dispensed in a free social order in which an individual is in the end itself. Associated life between members of society must be regarded by consideration the foundation of equality, liberty, and fraternity. I would like to conclude now. Social justice is a principle that lays down the foundation of a society based on equality, liberty, and fraternity. The basic aim and objective of society is the growth of individual and development of his personality, along with the development of the society as a whole. The concept of social justice is a revolutionary concept which provides meaning and significance to life and makes the rule of law dynamic. When Indian society seeks to meet the challenge of socio-economic inequality by its legislation and with the assistance of the rule of law, it seeks to achieve economic justice without any violent conflict. The ideal of a welfare state postulates unceasing pursuit of the doctrine of social justice Today, our judiciary is the protector of civil rights. It is the custodian of fundamental rights. It is the guardian of the Constitution. Its role in a federal system as the arbitrator is well known, as the power of judicial review has reposed faith in the minds of people back into the judiciary. Both legislative anti-people law making and the executive excesses can come under judicial scanner. The importance of judiciary is more for the citizens than for the state. The judicial system is a part of the judicial process for the welfare of the people and for the society. Thank you so much, sir.
Wonderful was what you did, Nabil. Really, congratulations to you for such a very nice, balanced viewpoint. You started with how this constitution we adopted. You started using a very common word that it is a borrowed document. Yes, it is. And this is what is the beauty, the biggest constitution of the world we have. And we have taken all the good things all across. We have borrowed the best of the best parts from the rest of the constitutions all across the world. As I was, somewhat a few days back also, I had referred to this, that once we were talking about the freedom of speech and expression in the Constituent Assembly debate, the chairperson, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, had said that in cases of wherever we were having any difficulty, wherever we were having any problem, we used to go back and check it with the rest of the world. What is the proposition? What is the position all across? I had given you the example of 19(1)(a), that is freedom of speech and expression, where there were the Constituent Assembly, they divided into two parts. Many of them were saying that why this right should not be an absolute right. It should be without any exception. The answer, when there was a kind of debate going on, then Dr. Rajendra Prasad intervened and said that why can't we check it all across? We found that not even a single country was having freedom of speech and expression as an absolute right. So that's how we saw the what you call the restrictions, the reasonable restrictions imposed on this fundamental right. I must say that it is a fundamental of all the fundamental rights, freedom of speech and expression. We all know it is one of the most important, I would say, right, one of the most important pillar of this democracy. Otherwise, democracy will have no value. I remind when Akanksha was speaking, she talked about this particular thing about social justice. Similarly, if this social justice is not imparted, I want to add to it, our democracy will have no relevance to us. If people are not sharing, they are not equally, they are not equal, then that means where is the use of such democracy? Wonderful, Nabil Masood, you have presented it. And at the end, what a wonderful way of closing your paper. You took help of the many of the people are उनको पूजनीय भी कहते हैं, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, the contribution which he has made. So you took help of those 5 cardinal principles, as I say. So wonderful. I once again congratulate you for this. And the way you presented was quite energetic. Continue with it. God bless you. You will excel. I'm very sure about it. Aditi.
Thank you so much, sir. We have Ayush back with us. Ayush, are you there?
Yes, Ayush is there. So Ayush, you can continue. And what about the first person you named? Whether he is not there? Have you called him?
Sir, he's Ayush.
No, the very first person whose name you called and he didn't respond.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Achha.
He joined once and then again he got disconnected.
All right, no problem.
Yes, sir.
So quickly,
Good
we have
morning.
to move to our next session also. And I got the confirmation from Professor Justice Dhingra. He'll be joining us a little late at 2:30, but we will continue with our. But I'm sure about it. The closing views from Honorable Justice Dhingra would be wonderful. He is known for his, the blunt opinion which he gives. So let us see.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ayush Kumar, first year student of New Law College, Pune. Today, on the occasion of social justice, I am going to be presenting on the topic social justice and the Indian Constitution. So I am starting from the Indian Constitution, how it came and enacted in India. So the idea for Constitution Assembly was first mooted by M.N. Roy in 1934, and the draft of first Constitution Assembly was published in February 1948. It was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on 26 November 1949 and enacted on 26 January 1950. And as the adoption of Constituent Assembly, we celebrate 26 January as the Republic Day. It is the fundamental law of India and also a basic document in India, which is a written document. India is known for its great constitution. It is the longest constitution of any sovereign country in the world. And I am now going to the Social Justice Day and speaking on its important points. So in today's world, social justice can be seen in any sphere of life, be it education, politics, religion, caste, etc. That's why it becomes an important topic for the debate in today's world, and it affects the life for the people. It is important for everyone because it ensures everyone gets essential for a good life, gets educated, healthcare, protects people from racism, ageism, sexuality-based discrimination. And the Social Day aims to speak about injustice and promote worldwide social justice. Every day this year it has been marked with different theme. And the theme of this year 2022 is social justice through formal employment, focuses on the idea that employment resources and opportunities play a huge role in reducing poverty and inequality in the world. A great line by Glenn Martin said that those closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. It means that people should also participate by taking action in the society. They must look into the pressure and educate yourself and people about a particular movement. And as today worlds, women are discriminated all over in any fields. A line by Nisa Biswas said to the woman that, "Oh woman, are you a woman?" For promoting a woman, for fighting for what the woman wants and ensuring their rights in the society. As constitution also plays an important role in social justice, there are some articles in constitution which give certain rights to the people. Article 15, as Article 15 forbids discrimination on grounds of religion, caste, sex, place of birth, a social problem posed by presence of a very large number of people who are regarded untouchable and received special attentions from the Constitution. The state have the power to make special arrangements for women and girls and promotes backward society and educational groups of people and also the SC and ST castes. The Article 16, the concept of equal opportunity imposed by Article 16(1) requires the state to provide the resolution of appointments or posts in favor of disadvantage of class of people who is in the view of the state or not sufficiently represented in the service rendered by the state. And the Article 17 of the Constitution states that untouchability has been abolished and prohibits its existence in the way whatsoever and provides the maintenance of untouchability is an offense punishable by law. The Article 19 enriches the fundamental rights of the country's people. Article 91(7) subclauses granted several separate kinds of independence for people and accept them as their educational rights. Article 23 and 24 provides fundamental rights against exploitation. Article 38 states to secure a social order for the promotion of welfare for the people, and Article 39A include that the state shall direct its policy towards securing that the citizens and the women equally have the right to an adequate means to livelihood. The Article 41 includes the right to work, to education, and to public assistance in certain cases. The state shall live within the limits of its economic capacity and development, make effective provision for securing the right to work, to education, to public assistance in case of unemployment, old age, sickness, and disablement, and in the case of undeserved want. These are some articles which guarantees for social justice for the people of the country. Also, it is the code of laws dealing with the questions of attending in this country the standard of socio-economic justice attended by the Indian Constitution. In this today's world, social justice is the main topic because everyone is suffering from poverty or any other disabilities. So, Jawaharlal Nehru in history put an idea before the Constitution Assembly. First work of this assembly is make India independent by a constitution through which starving people will get a complete meal and clothes, and each Indian will get option that he can progress in himself. Social justice found useful for everyone in it. Social justice is important for everyone because it ensures that everyone gets the essentials for a good life. It protects everyone from disabilities. It defends people from racism. It helps promote equality against genders. It helps improve educational opportunities for kids who are belonging to low castes. Justice, as we know, justice is the concept of fairness. Social justice is fairness as it's manifest in society, and that includes fairness in healthcare, employment, housing, and more. Discrimination and social justice are not compatible. Social justice is a critical problem in our society. The analysis of a society social stratification based on either caste or class is primarily concerned with the definition of inequality. Louis Donat, a French socialist, and a separate label explained inequality in the caste system. The solution to social inequality lie within us. People should be mindful for the terms used by the disadvantaged. Social justice to weaken expectation. Despite the well-intentioned, this directing to ensuring social justice by equalization or preventing discrimination policies, some fiction in society have been created by government efforts. Even these practices have little to do with social justice are done in the name of social justice. The need of Howard is to ensure proper and balanced implementation of policies to make social justice effective vehicle of social progress. While liberalism puts sense of security and equality, a liberal society policy should aim at providing the most disadvantaged with access to opportunities at the same time create a social net that extends their ability to cope with crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You have touched almost all the parts of Constitution where the element of social justice is there. So that's good. And I just say, as in the beginning when Sohni was speaking, I said that we must take our own efforts. So it's wonderful. You have taken your good effort. And finally, I think, is there anybody else, Aditi, in this session?
No, so this was the last.
Okay, so this was the last speaker of this session, and wonderful, all of you. Your efforts were very nice, and we are very happy that this is going to be in the YouTube. So anytime anybody can access and see what exactly we did. And I would put it in one line because I could see Honorable Professor Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra ji is also there. And I'm looking for listening to him. मैं तो आंख बंद करके शांति से सुनता हूँ जब ये बोलते हैं. On any topic you talk about, Professor Vipin is, and always he will add to what your knowledge is. So we are really grateful to him that he gives us all his time, energies. I know, sometimes he get annoyed because of this, that I put it that, yes, you have to be there all across. So kind of you, Vipin ji, for giving me this liberty. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you very much, Professor Vipin. So as an end word to this, I could see many people, including Ananya and everybody, they are also waiting for their session to begin. I will not, because the time has already gone. So let us see. We will begin now with our next session. Aditi, you wanted to conclude. So this session was wonderful. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to thank all our participants and our guests for being a part of this session and making it a successful event. Now, I would like Ananya to take over and proceed with the next session.
Before that, Rania, just 2 minutes I'll take and tell you, though Justice Iqbal Ansari had spoken to me, but because of not good connectivity there in Patna, he's in Patna attending some marriage. So I think will not be able to join. So you can please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my immense pleasure to welcome everyone to our e-conference on social justice vis-à-vis law, problems and possible solutions on the occasion of Social Justice Day, organized by BSK Legal in collaboration with Sri Aurobindo College, Delhi University. Social justice is an act of ensuring that every citizen, irrespective of their race, caste, religion, or other demographic factors, enjoys the same economic, social, and political opportunities. It is a particularly difficult challenge, but also an undeniably important ideal to achieve in a country like India, which is defined by the very diversity that we have in terms of linguistic, religious, and regional ethnic groups. In times of increasing tensions between these groups, it is of utmost importance for the institutions and citizens of our country to protect the right of social justice. On that note, it is my honor to welcome our guests for today. I would like to introduce our very own firm, BSK Legal, which is one of India's leading law firms, having its office in New Delhi. And the firm has its national presence in alliance with the local councils at different locations in all the states and union territories of India. Our very own Sanjay Sir, who is the founding member and managing partner in the litigation, arbitration, and labor law compliance at the BSK Legal Firm, has been in virtue of his supervision of over 26 years of experience in the legal profession. And at present, the firm is successfully handling cases in over 614 districts throughout the country. Sir has completed his Master's in Commerce from SRCC Delhi University in the year 1922, and he has completed his LLB in the year 1995 from Campus Law Center, the Faculty of Law, Delhi University, Delhi. He has been a gold medalist in Delhi University, and he has many all India level exams. He has practiced in New Delhi High Court and various other courts in Delhi. He is a prominent contributor in the news and media, print media, and regularly features in news columns and TV interviews. He's also an avid speaker on the legal issues concerning his legal fellow citizens, and also firmly believes in spreading legal knowledge. I would also like to welcome Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra, sir, who is a professor, and he has been teaching at Political Science and Law at the Department of Political Science at Sri Aurobindo College, University of Delhi. Sir has been an inspiration to many, as he has been an international scholar in foreign policy, human rights, and disability studies, and he is also the honorary director of research and publication at BSK Legal. Sir has received numerous awards, including the Media Award in the year 2017, and he has been a former Vice President, Staff Association at Sri Aurobindo College. Sir has immeasurable knowledge in the subjects of family law, human rights, Indian politics, and disability laws, and has also contributed through several articles written in law and politics in national and international journals. We welcome you all.
Thank you, Ananya. Thank you very much. And before starting the session, Ananya, I would request Professor Malhotra to say a few words about the topic today and enlighten us once again. We are waiting for you.
It's a real privilege actually on the dais. along with the budding legal scholars. And let me share one thing with you that BSK Legal has been there promoting social justice in its own way. It is preparing the legal scholars to fight for social justice. And that is the right time and right opportunity. Academia to contemplate,
I'm sorry, Vipinji, your voice is little less. Can you come close to the mic, please? Thank you very much, sir.
Am I audible clearly?
This is perfect. This is perfect, sir.
Okay.
We can view you also, and we can listen to you also, sir. This is the perfect frame, I would say.
Okay. So, friends, it is a real, privilege to be here along with BSK Legal under the leadership of Sanjay K. Chadha-ji. He has been a friend, philosopher, and guide for me, a source of love and affection, which is the bone of anyone's professional and personal life to stand direct. So whatever I am, because of my friends. So this is an occasion where we plead for social justice, and society should be organized in a way where the last person should get the due resources which have been endowed by the nature to every human being. Never said that you own, that 1% of the people should own the 95% of the property, 95% of the resources. This is not justice. Nature has not told us that only 1% people should be at the limelight in the society, and rest should only be fodder. Rest should be just silent souls on this earth. Right to participate, right to have equal resources, right to enjoy the liberty, right to be loved, right to be treated with due respect, has been a cornerstone where social justice has to be championed. I don't want to go to the annals of history. To me, as far as concept of social justice is concerned, it is not written with golden words. It is always black words. So, I think so many scholars are there to present their papers. This is a top-down model as far as, because it's a part and parcel of human rights larger regime, and social justice has emanated from international laws, international treaties, conventions, to which the various constitutions had to mandate after signing and ratifying these treaties. So now we come across, yes, Ananya, what are the papers lying up? How many papers are there?
So there are 6, I believe.
Yes, 7, Ananya. You were
7.
right.
How many papers are there?
So 7.
So what are the titles?
So we are going to start with Sonalika, whose title paper of the title is social. I'm so sorry.
No, take your time, no problem. Sonalika is there. She can.
Sanjay ji, we have how much time? Please.
Sir, as the format, Ananya was telling us that we have given maximum of 10 minutes to each speaker. So and thereafter review by you, and so we have enough time.
What I propose is let us have 7 to 10 minutes
Yes.
for presentation. You don't have to read the presentation. You just tell us that what research you have done, what is the methodology you have to use, and what is the outcome.
Sure.
And then
Ananya, please.
we can have a small question answer session, which the audience at YouTube also they can ask the questions, and even at the Zoom platform. So Ananya, please be vigilant on the YouTube comments also. If any question comes, at YouTube, please copy and paste it on the Zoom screen with me. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Audience who are there on the YouTube platform should equally feel participating in this program of social justice. So, but this question answer will be after 7 presentations. So keep on noting the questions, and after that we can have one by one address. So, who is the first presenter?
So let us commence with our second session. And the theme for this session is social justice in the context of gender justice. And our first speaker is Sonalika Gupta, whose paper is called.
Welcome. So I think you must have come with some new dimensions where you propose to expand the frontiers of social justice for gender, fair gender, and how that would be done. Please over to Sonalika. Welcome, Sonalika. Yes. So you have 7 minutes. Right now, the time is 12:29. So you have to finish it 39. Okay.
You can start. Unmute you. I think you're not unmuted. Sonalika, you are not audible to us.
Please write in the chat box. Sonalika is not audible. Neither she is able to hear us.
Sonalika, yeah, I could see Sonalika, but you are not speaking.
Sir, am I audible?
Now you are audible.
Yes, sir. So may I start? Hello.
Please, Sonalika, please start. Yes, your time is running.
I'm Sonalika from Amity University. First of all, thank you for this golden opportunity to present my paper on topic social justice and gender equality. Now I will proceed with my presentation. My presentation includes following content. Firstly, the introduction of social and gender equality and the social and legal status of women in India, and then pro-life approach towards social justice and gender equality, and conclusion. Now I will start with my presentation. Social justice envisions a well-functioning social system in which everyone has the opportunity to live a dignified life with the basic amenities. Equality, peace, safety, freedom are the important aspect of social justice. Gender equality is a matter of social justice that ensures equal access to rights, resources, and opportunities. Gender equality as a spirit of a social justice is about more than just questioning men and women's relationship. It entails devising strategies for correcting action aimed at transforming society as a whole to become more
more just and equal, as well as place where women and men can be treated equally. As stated by Amartya Sen, an economist, which he defined development as the way to provide capabilities to women to bring out their fullest self. And this will be accomplished by providing literacy, health, and other fundamental services that will enable her to better her economic standing in the family and society and allow to gain decision-making power. Now, the social status of women in India. The role and status of a woman in India's society has been evolving throughout the time. Changes in socio-political setting have also had an impact on women's standing. Different perspectives were used by sociologists to characterize the women. Women are considered a divine force in India. However, the multicultural Indian society has put women in many places. As a result, women's standing in Indian society is not uniform. However, civilization demonstrated a general improvement in women's status. According to historian Robila Thapar, within the Indian subcontinent, there was an endless diversity on the status of women, differing according to the cultural norms, family structure, class, caste, property rights, and morals. Fast forward to 2020, 75 years after independence, studies shows that women participation rates in the labor force have decreased to 16.1%. The National Crime Records Bureau has also reported an alarming increase in the rate of crime against women, thus complicating any attempts to improve women participation in different aspects of society. Now, I will throw light on the legal status of women in India. According to the Supreme Court ruling in Madhu versus State of Bihar, women from half of India's population have always been discriminated against by males, have faced facial denial, and continue to face discrimination in silence. Various provisions pertaining to the women are included in India's 1950 Constitution. It creates specific provision in every sphere of life for the treatment and development of women. It's worth noting that Indian Constitution grants women all the same right as men. Positive rights such as the right to food, shelter, health, means of sustenance, education, and a decent environment have emerged in India as a result of convergence of DPSP with fundamental rights under Article 21. Part 4 of Constitution lays out a guiding principle that the state should follow when enacting implementing laws. They do not constitute legal rights or remedies, but they do serve useful guide in determining the state role in country governance. Article 39A guarantees equal access to means of subsistence. Article 39D guarantees equal remuneration for equal efforts. And Article 39A guarantees free legal assistance. In MH Horscourt versus State of Maharashtra, just and human working condition, protection from social injustice, raising living standard and levels of nutrition, renounced practice derogatory to women dignity, compulsory primary education, rural development, and uniform civil code all contain significant general justice value and contribute to the goal of these directive connected women's right to life, to their rights to maintenance, succession, sexual harassment at work, and a basic education. Now, the pro-life approach towards social justice and gender equality. When legislation and legal procedure are synthesized by a pro-life gender approach, women's rights to a dignified existence is better preserved. Recent legal development in the law has been aided women in making a great progress in their long and arduous fight for equality in society. This paper mainly focuses on these listed legal development. Firstly, I will start with the Criminal Law Amendment Act and Posh Act. The Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013 updated the Indian Penal Code and included new provision dealing with sexual offenses. The Criminal Law Amendment Act recognizes new offenses such as attacks, voyeurism, stalking, intentional disturbing of women, and sexual harassment. The main objective is to protect women and children from sexual offense and imposing punishment on these offenses. The Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace, passed by India's Ministry, particularly addressing the subject of workplace sexual harassment. Workplace sexual harassment is a kind of a gender discrimination that infringes on women's basic right to equality and life provided by Indian Constitution under Article 14, 15, and 21. The main purpose of this act was to prevent and protect women from workplace sexual harassment, which includes a hostile work environment as well as to handle sexual harassment complaints. Next, decriminalization of adultery. This is a substantial step toward conquering gender equality. The new interpretation of the fundamental rights based on gender perspective by the Apex Court of India have led to decriminalization of adultery. Supreme Court in India, in the case of Joseph Stein versus Union of India, declared Section 497 as unconstitutional, being violative of Article 14, 15, and 21 of Indian Constitution. Deepak Mishra, the then Chief Justice of India, said that it's time to say that a husband is not a master of his wife. Women should be treated equally along with men. Ancient notion of men being predator and a woman being victim of adultery no longer hold good. Next, the triple talaq. Instant triple talaq is an Islamic practice that allows men to divorce their wives immediately by uttering the word talaq thrice. The Supreme Court, once again in a recent landmark judgment of Saira Banu versus Union of India, pronounced on August 2017, set aside the practice of triple talaq. The bench declared the views of Supreme Court. The Muslim Women Bill 2090 makes all declaration of talaq, including in written or electronic form, to void and illegal. The triple talaq concern gender equality, gender justice. The law banning is about ensuring human rights and providing liberty to women to live with dignity. It will support the efforts of those who are engaged with community, working for social justice, gender equality, and democracy.
Nalika, as I told you, you have to strictly adhere to the timeline. And please tell me, what are your findings of your research?
Yes, now I will conclude my presentation. So gender equity emphasizes that all human beings, be it men or women, are free to develop their personal abilities and make choices without the limitations set by stereotypes, rigid gender roles, and political other prejudice. Their different behavior and aspirations should be valued and favored. Equally, they would treat it fairly according to their respective needs. Social justice is the spirit of a gender justice. It's seen as an important way to achieve this. The present subordination of women arises not from unchangeable biological differences, but from social and cultural values, ideologies, and institution that ensures the material and ideological subordination of women. Let us therefore march into 21st century and to next millennium with the full awareness to the key to peace, human rights, and development of gender justice. It is now the responsibility of the government, international bodies, and non-government organizations, as well as us, to intensively pursue action to create an environment of equality for women in the society in the interest of social justice and social development. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonalika, for your enlightening PPT. Now, moving forward, I would like to invite Tusharika Singh from Amity Law School to present a paper, Gender Equality, a Matter of Social Justice.
Before which, if Professor Malhotra has to say something, or shall we continue?
No, it's okay. I told her that.
All right, sir. All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
We'll be, addressing to various questions which we get on YouTube and here after we have the presentation. So, who is the next presenter?
Tusharika Singh.
Tusharika. Okay, Tusharika. Tusharika. It is such a big rhyme which is building up now. So I think we will have social justice.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. One and all present here. It's an immense pleasure to present my paper in front of such a prominent person. The theme of my paper is Gender Equality, a Matter of Social Justice. The objective of the study of my research work is that the first question that arises is to identify the factors which are responsible for gender inequality, and the second is to give suggestions to reduce gender inequality. Before moving further to the introductory part, I would like to state something. By a young girl, by a young woman, or even by an aged one, nothing must be done independently, even in her own house. In childhood, a female must be subject to her father, in youth to her husband. When her lord is dead, to her sons, a woman must never be independent. This is the rules for female behavior that was down by Manu in 200 BC. So let's begin with the introductory part. Man and woman both are equal and play a paramount role in the creation and development of their families in a particular and the society in general. Indeed, the struggle for equality has been one of the major concerns of the women's movement all over the world. The different in sex and physical form denotes no different in status. Women is the complement of man and not inferior. In India, since long back, women were considered as an obsessed section of the society and they were neglected for centuries. The birth of the son is being celebrated while the birth of a daughter is filled with pain. Boys are encouraged to be tough and outgoing, but girls are encouraged to be homebound and shy. All these differences are gender differences and they are created by society. It has adverse impact on the development goals and consequently reduces economic growth. It hampers the overall well-being because blocking women from participation in social, political, and economic activities can adversely affect the whole society. Gender inequality is therefore a form of inequality which is distinct from other forms of socio-economic inequalities. Gender inequality in India is a crucial reality in modern times. Women are performing exceptionally well in different spheres of activities. Still, majority of Indian women are facing the problem of gender inequality. And inequality predicated on gender is a habitual civil right misdeed that takes in multiple shapes, including sexual embarrassment, unequal remuneration for women who do the equal job as men, and inequality even at the stage of pregnancy. Though the Indian Constitution provides a privileges for men and women and makes equal provision to improve the status of women in society, majority of women are still unable to enjoy the rights and opportunities guaranteed to them. If we focus about the historical background, so if the gender inequality and status of women in India has been going many changes in the few millennia. Gender inequality has been seen in India from the very beginning. There were women of the most oppressed in India and many changes were seen in their status. It is also very difficult to know exactly the same status or position of women in different period of time. In ancient period, during the Vedic period, and according to Hindu scriptures, in ancient time, women were given more reputable position. They were considered half part of a man, or it can be said that men are recognized to be incomplete without them. Men couldn't punish their wives, and they were called as ardhangini, which means half body of men. In the early Vedic period, there was no gender differentiation. There is sufficient proof that in the society, the women had equal rights with men. During the Rig Vedic periods in India enjoyed high status in society. Their condition was good. There was no sati system or early marriages. In Rig Vedic verses, we also found that women married at a mature age and could choose their husband. Both boys and girls had initiation. In the medieval period, during the medieval period, gender inequality was on high level and woman was given a position subordinate to man. Law and religion did not recognize the equality and equal rights of men and women. The woman's place was largely presumed as being in home. In short, the role of a woman was considered to be one of the supervents or to her husband, the master, and the ruler of a family. Child marriage, practice of sati, prohibition of widow remarriage were considered in ritualistic way among the Hindus. The situation of Muslim women among Muslims was not good either. Tradition of V systems among the women started at this period. Among the Rajput women in Rajasthan, the Johar was practiced to save the respect of the women. In some part of the country, the system of Devdasi or temple women was operated, and both rich people and the temple priests sexually exploited them. This continued for many decades till the rise of Bhakti cult movement. One of the women leaders of the Bhakti cult movement was Mirabai. She was a saint, a poet, and a singer. At the time, women felt some heave of relief in the Orthodox society. In this time, Guru Nanak tried to spread messages of equality among men and women of the society. this had a very effective influence on the societies in some part of India. The legal provision related to gender equality in India are the principle of gender equality is enshrined in the Indian Constitution in its preamble, fundamental rights, fundamental duties, and directive principles. The Constitution not only grants equality to women, but also allows the state to adopt measures of positive discrimination in favor of women. Within the framework of democratic polity, our laws, development policies, plan and programs have aimed at women advancement in different spheres. India has also ratified various international conventions and human rights instruments committing to secure equal rights of women. The key among them is the ratification of the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women in 1993. The special initiative taken by the government for women are National Commission for Women, Reservation for Women in Local Self-Government, the National Plan of Action for the Girl Child, National Policy for the Empowerment of Women in 2001. If we talk about the international perspective in regards to gender inequality, then women are entitled to enjoy the same human rights and fundamental freedom as other individuals. International human rights treaties require state parties to take proactive steps to ensure that women's human rights are respected by law and to eliminate discrimination, inequalities, and practices that negatively affect women's rights. Under international human rights law, women may also be entitled to a specific additional rights, such as those concerning reproductive health care. The legal protection, the following international human rights instrument specifically address women's rights are African Charter on Democracy, Election, and Governance, American Convention on Human Rights, Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, Convention on Nationality of a Married Woman, and so on. So what are the factors behind growing gender inequality? There are so many factors which are fully responsible for gender inequality in India. The first is the economic factor. Under this, there is a labor participation, there is a wage inequality between men and women in India, access to credit, occupational inequality, property rights, women inequality in proper inheritance, and so on. The second is the social factor. That is the first and the most important is the education. The female illiteracy rate in India is lower than the male literacy rate. According to Census of India 2011, literacy rate of female is 65.46% compared to male, which are 82.14%. In case the second is health. On health issue, the gender inequality between women's and men's life expectancy and women life compared to man in good health because of lots of violence, disease, or other relevant factors. The gender-biased violence, dowry, patriarchal society, as most of the Indian has a strong patriarchal custom, which men hold authority over female family members and inherit property and title. It is a custom where inheritance passes from father to son. Women move in with the husband and his family upon marriages, and marriages include a bride, price, or we can call dowry. The cultural factors are old age support from sons. A key factor driving gender inequality in the preference for sons as they are deemed more useful than girls. They are supposed to support the old age security of their parents. Role of a son in religion rituals. Another factor is of religion practice, which can be performed by males for their parent after life. Son are often the only person entitled to performing funeral rites for their parents. Son preference, boys are given the exclusive right to inherit their family name and properties, and they are viewed as additional status for their family. Prospect of parents losing daughter to the husband's wife and expensive dowry of daughters further discourage parents from having a daughter. There is a strong belief that daughter is a liability. So the measures that are opted to reduce gender inequality in India, which I have mentioned in my paper, is since independence, India has made a significant strides in addressing gender inequality, especially in the areas of political participation, education, and legal rights. Policies and legal reforms to address gender inequality have been pursued by the Government of India. For instance, the Constitution of India contains a clause guaranteeing the right of equality and freedom from sexual discrimination. India is also signatory to the Convention for Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. The Constitution of India ensures gender equality in its preamble as a fundamental right. Government has adopted many measures of positive discrimination in favor of women, through a number of.
Please conclude. Your time is over and you will be doing
Okay.
Take more time.
Okay, so let me conclude my paper. India must take a concrete steps needs to reduce the gender inequality. As persistent gender inequalities continue, there is a need to rethink the concept and strategies for promoting women's dignity and rights. There is a need for a new kind of institution incorporating new norms and rules that support equal and just relation between women and men. Men and women are like two wheels of a carriage. The life of one without the other is incomplete. The only foolproof method to stop gender inequality is to bring about change in the mindsets of people. This problem can't be solved by few, but everyone must join hands to eradicate this inequality. And this is what we do in spreading legal awareness. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. What is your name? I just
Tusharika, Sir Tusharika.
Tusharika means a lot actually. If we translate it into some useful words. So yes, the topic is very hot and even painful.
Yes.
And as you know, the history of women is the history of pain and suffering. True, and who should be attributed, whether men should be attributed or women should be blamed for that themselves also to some extent for having such kind of suffering. And I just fail to understand, as you mentioned about the various kinds of malpractices which have been observed in India.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think marriage is also a malpractice in that way. You pay dowry. And you work 24 hours in the house, and end of the day you realize that this is not your own house. So if government has to ban, I think they should ban such kind of marriages where a woman has to go out of her house. So we have banned sati, we have banned prohibition on widow remarriage, we have banned so many other things related to like child marriage or something like that. But I just fail to understand the lawmakers. This data you will be telling me, because the courts are flooded with matrimonial disputes. 85% of the total cases, are related to some or the other way matrimonial disputes, and that is, a matter of great concern for the judiciary and the Constitution of India, which has proved to be a lawyer's paradise. And in the name of fighting for social justice, prosperity is occurring somewhere else. So as a legal nobody, you must know that we have enacted such laws wherein we have, instead of solving these disputes, we have created more disputes. So if government has the courage to, just like Sweden government, just like Scandinavian countries, that we should not have any matrimonial law, only we should have criminal law, civil law, related to property, related to crimes, whether it is rape or sexual offenses, and matrimonial, matters, because this kind of matrimonial arrangement we have. A woman has to be transplanted to another house after 20-25 years. And then it takes her again 25 years to set that house her own. And it is a natural process, even if men has to be transplanted someone else's house. Men will also not get right. So it is a just matter of, general understanding that if you are displaced somewhere, migrate to some other city, you cannot have as much as prosperity as you used to have in your own house. So, these matrimonial arrangements are very unnatural, and I feel that legal scholars should start working in this direction. We can put, embargo, or we can prohibit several other practices. Why not to have, put end to this kind of very well. Sharika, you paucity of time restricts me also, because if I can make you silent on the pretext of taking more time, I should also not have the right to speak much and much. And the person who is holding the chair should speak the less. Yes, over to new speaker. Who is the new speaker, Ananya?
So the next speaker is Sayyida Rabah Fatima.
Fatima. Okay. Very good. Yes, Fatima, welcome. And what is the title of your paper?
Sir, the title of my paper is Social Justice with relation to the aspect of gender equality.
Okay. Yeah. So gender equality.
Yes, sir. So basically, in my paper today, I'm trying to focus on those points which people generally don't talk about when they talk about gender equality. So it's like very much in the society, but nobody considers it as a patriarchal aspect, but it has a lot of patriarchal aspect. So a very good afternoon. This is Sayyida Rabah Fatima, a student of Department of Law, Calcutta University. And here's my abstract. So it basically says that...
Please, Fatima, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You have to conclude by 12:08. Okay?
Okay,
so
sir.
Just tell us that what are the issues you have taken up?
Yeah. So the very basic thing that I start with is that our society is filled with a deep-seated patriarchal mindset at the present moment, where the women in the society act as if they are superior.
You have to listen also. You just keep on speaking. First, you have to tell us what are the issues you have raised, and second thing is what is the methodology you have used, and third is what are your proposed, remedies which you are offering as a part of your research. Okay?
Yes, sir. Okay. So, sir, the issues that I have raised today are concerning to those things which have been normalized in society, like things like the media and the way women are portrayed in movies. That's one of the important things that we need to focus now, because we have objectified women to such an extent where we feel that it's very normalized, but that is not how it's supposed to be. So that is my main objective. And we in media, in television and industries try to show that a woman who speaks for herself and is opinionated is generally a negative character. That's what we've been seeing all our lives. And that's what is there in our mind. So whenever a woman tries to speak for herself or tries to choose her own attire, that's when we raise our voice. So that is what my main aim of this paper is. So a very important aspect to implement social justice is by ensuring gender equality. The deep-seated patriarchal mindset and the misery of women in our country who are reduced to the position of inferior beings. Society still fails to acknowledge a woman who has her own identity, but is considered to be a sidekick for the men in her life. The process of underestimating women, not providing them with ample opportunities, eventually leads them to being financially dependent on the others. The projection of women in the entertainment industry has degraded their dignity and eventually objectified them, which has resulted in increase in the crime against women. Depiction of a strong, independent, and opinionated woman is what would normalize the fact that they have a right to decide for themselves. Awareness and proper education are means by which we can further shake off the deep-seated stereotypes. Sir, when we talk about the social justice, the aspect of gender equality is of utmost importance. So from time immemorial, we've seen that women have always been considered inferior to men, and they have been considered to be the tools to make the lives of men easier. The fact that they have an identity of their own and they have a right to choose what they want to and right to choose the life according to their own ideals is not considered by the society. The society, some way or the other, still puts women on a pedestal and creates a stereotype which they are supposed to follow. So starting from the very family, where a woman, in spite of working outside her house, she's expected to look after her family and her needs. A very big problem includes the fact that we still look down upon women when we are hiring. So we think that they don't have the potential. And in different fields, we've seen that a number of women working in the same sector as men is obviously much less. And we still judge women based on their attire and based on the way they speak and the way they voice their opinion. So the image of empowered women that the society has created now is yet another tactic for manipulating the choices of a female. So beginning from the very grave issue that has been generalized is the problem of objectification of women in movies, shows, advertisements, in all areas of the entertainment industry. The concept of having a song that objectifies women, and it's generally known as the Bollywood item song, where we have a woman and you have like so many men around her and she's supposed to dance. Now, see, the problem is that we are trying to portray her as an object that is attainable. That's what people don't think is wrong, but has to be understood. That is also a psychology where they think that women are a part of the amusement package in a men's survival kit. Unfortunately, so for people who have seen this in the industry, like in their household, where women are treated as second rate, that is not like they don't think that anything is wrong in that, because that's what they've been brought up, or that's what they've seen around. But till now, like however we say that we are so empowered, yet the movies, the shows, the advertisements all cater to the men folk. The very industry that asks actresses to wear a thin sari in a cold desert and groove to songs allows the men in the society and the privilege to be covered from top to bottom in the very same scene. This can be seen in the case of Raja Kumari versus the Commissioner of Police, Hyderabad. The fact that whether the obscene projection of women in beauty pageants is a violation of fundamental rights or not. And the Andhra Pradesh High Court was of the opinion that a woman has a right to dignity, and representing her in a light which degrades her is against public morality. Such representation includes Article 14, 21, 51A. And in spite of such regulation, we still see that the Central Board of Film Certification, also popularly known as the Censor Board, has granted certifications to various movies which have degraded women and their dignity. So this is a societal norm, and we have agreed to it. Like somehow we have been accustomed to such an extent that we don't feel wrong when a woman is objectified on stage, on movies, and on theater. Yeah, in the recent hijab controversy that took place in Karnataka and spread to many other districts, where we see that 6 female students belonging to the government PU college for girls in UDP were not allowed to attend classes wearing a hijab, which is basically a headscarf worn by Muslim women. Now, following this incident, a group of boys at the government pre-university college in Kundanpur went to college sporting saffron shawls and protest against some girls deciding, attending classes wearing hijab. Now, the question that should arise is like, how are these boys deciding that they have the right to decide what a woman should wear? The society does not approve of a woman who chooses to raise her voice, whether it be for wearing her favorite skirt or for wearing a religious sacrament. All our lives, we've seen that men belonging to the Sikh community have been given the right to wear turbans in school, colleges, army, navy, air force, public offices. Even the Prime Minister of India for 3 consecutive terms was representing India, and at the same time had the audacity and the freedom to represent his religion. Yet he was never asked to take off his turban. The answer is a no. Like, he was never, like, people did not raise a voice when a man chose to practice his faith. But the very same thing by a woman, it has to have an immediate backlash. Especially, essentially speaks volumes as to why society limits women and puts them into well-defined compartments. And any such incident where a woman chooses to practice her will, she either gets a character assassination for the length of a skirt she wears, or is underestimated and considered oppressed when she wears a hijab. In reality, these are the very people who would not even care to speak up when a woman is facing any sort of atrocities, including domestic violence, whether it be about whether she's gang raped or whether she suffers as acid attack. These are the very people who would not raise their voice. But today, when a woman is choosing to wear a certain attire, you have people coming from all over India and talking about this is destroying uniformity. This is the sheer bigotry of the situation in India right now. The Article 25(1) of the Constitution guarantees the freedom of conscious right freely to profess, practice, and propagate religion. A Muslim girl pursuing her education wearing a hijab offends no right of any person and militates against no state interest. Still, the backlash is because yet again a society cannot accept a woman to choose for herself. Even in today's world, people still do not hire women for key executory positions. Now, according to them, only men have a potential. Okay, men prove to be better leaders, and women are not employed because of the fact that they are not considered at par with men. In the case of Air India versus Nargesh Mirza, the Supreme Court did an exclusive reading of the Article 14 and was decided that the employment cannot be denied to any person on grounds of sex. For in-flight services, stress was laid to, earlier it was laid to high youth appearance, glamour quotient of the employees. A state-owned aviation company named Air India, by a service regulation, mandated the air hostess to retire if they reach the age of 35, conceiving a child, or on marriage, whichever occurs earlier. Such conditions were derogating and the natural course of a woman's life, and these offending provisions were then later on struck down from on the grounds of arbitrariness and abhorrence in the society. It was in a report, it was found that the number of women who are actually pursuing technical fields is about 28.8%, and has increased in the past 2 years. But to have more increase in this and to have a better representation of women in all spheres, we need to give them more opportunities. Yes, sir. So, sir, basically, to achieve gender justice in a country like India, which has so much, rigid traditions and diverse culture, we need to have a proper enforcement of law. We need to shake off this deep-seated patriarchy, and women have to be financially independent. They have to be financially independent. They have to be aware of their rights. They have to speak up, and we need better representation of women in all spheres, including judiciary, Air Force, Navy, officers, public offices, which are very important. And once they have a platform to voice their opinions, I feel that is when we can implement laws in favor of them, or laws which are better. There are some laws which are not as good, or they might get, changed, because see, law is a field that is adapting. So it has to include things which are going on in life. And that's why we need more women in these industries and in these areas. And as long as we still fight for our rights, we'll be able to make India a better place. Thank you.
Okay, Fatima, you have raised very pertinent questions. There are nuances of social justice also. And you have very validly raised the controversy over hijab, that why a woman should be. What is the purpose of hijab? That we must understand. What is the purpose of burqa? Is it social justice that she has to cover her face or her body out of fear, because no one should have an eye on her? She should be protected from crime by wearing this burqa or hijab. It is not a dress, or it is not a fashion. It is not neither mandated by the Sharia as it is claimed by. And the same Muslim men who want that their women should wear burqa or hijab, they say that it is their choice. Is it their choice to go for halala? It is their choice to go for, polygamy. Why Muslim men do not speak against this kind of, practice which is against social justice? This is the very core of social justice. You just let me know. Yes, wearing a turban, wearing a scarf, can you afford that? While to become a lawyer, you can wear a hijab or burqa. Can you afford that when you become a policeman, when you become an air hostess? Any airlines does accept a woman, who is wearing burqa or hijab? Will you get, employment for such things? If such educational institutes offer a uniform dress code, I think the religion, be it saffron or hijab or pagdi, I am against any kind of discrimination in the educational institution. Even if it is religious matter, it should be very personal. It should not be displayed on public places. So, you have to be careful while doing the research. You must understand. Yes, you can wear short skirts, you can wear any kinds of clothes if it is your choice. But if you wear burqa, parda, or hijab, even if Hindu women wear, it is not that they wear by choice. they have to fear because your men do not want that your daughters, your wife, your mother should be shown at the public. They should be away from the public. That is the mandate of these kinds of, wearing. So, why this controversy is ongoing? Yes, I think for social justice, we should plead that the women should be as much as visible everywhere as they should be. Only thing is, women can get social justice when they are very much visible at the public places. The women can get social justice when they, lodge their voice on the public places. Not that they should hide themselves under any law, under any clothes, under any ritual, custom, or practice. So yes, next speaker. Who is the next speaker?
I'm sorry, Ananya and Vipinji, Professor Vipin. It is an immense pleasure for all of us. We have with us Professor. I would first seek your permission. I'm interrupting in between in your session, but a very honorable figure for us, Shri Partho Banerjee Sahab. He is the legal head, director, not legal head, I'm sorry, director, the MEX group for the legal part. He's director legal. He himself is a company secretary, a great lawyer. He has great experience of being part on both the sides. He was a very successful lawyer, having his own law firm, which had offices all across the country. Then he had also served many prestigious organizations from NIIT, ICICI Group, and ITC Group. And now he is giving his services to Max Bupa, as all of us know. And it's a great pleasure. And the other thing is that he is not only in his field he is doing and contributing a lot, he is also contributing a lot as far as the spreading legal awareness is concerned. He is very vocal. We have seen him in many platforms, doing this task. And I wanted to congratulate all the students that you are getting this opportunity to meet him here at this platform. So I'm extremely delighted to welcome you, Parthaji. And I would request you, you have accepted. I just called you, and you were sitting at home because I wanted you to bless students here. I wanted you to please share your word of wisdom with all of us for 2 minutes. And I'm also delighted to convey to you that Professor Vipin K. Malhotra, a great political scientist, is heading this. He is presiding over this session. So I have in between introduce you. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Sanjay-ji, and Mr. Malhotra, Dr. Malhotra, rather. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to speak to the student. When it comes to social justice, which is the topic of the day today, we actually make the things much more complicated than it is. If we see the work of Dr. Amartya Sen or Rawls or earlier social scientists, Bentham or John Stuart Mill, etc. What even Amartya Sen is saying, that social justice is just not the goal, it is also one of the means of achieving the same. Because if we uplift certain people in the social hierarchy, those are the people who will pull other people out of the system. But after practicing about 70 years of social justice in India, we do practice. To what extent, that may be a debatable thing. But the thing is, yes, we did practice social justice. This is part of our constitution. This is part of our policy. This is part of our banking system. This is part of our planning system. And we did practice social justice for quite a long time, but we are seeing that even today it is one of the fiercely debated subject, not only in the country, etc. And I was listening to some of the students earlier, and they quoted about Manusmriti, and this is the fallacy. This is the fallacy, because we talk more about Manusmriti than about Veda. She talked about Veda also. And in Vedic period, we had real respect for women. Women was not allowed to be discriminated at all. They were not only an object, they were the subject of social change and social inclusion and social development that was there. And we are in India. I think that social justice is something which is, we lost our way in between. This is a country where Rajia Sultan became Sultan of India in medieval ages. We have seen Rani Lakshmi Bai leading from the front in a war of first independence. We have seen Prime Minister in India. We have seen multiple chief ministers, women chief ministers in India, and also women at various top level in India, whether it was HSBC, whether it was ICICI, whether it is SBI, whether it was NSC, which woman currently is under controversy. But the fact is that social justice is something which is coming actually from a core thing, which is authoritarian society. And what I call authoritarian society is, we all from childhood, we subject ourselves to the authority of somebody, and we make other persons subject to our authority. So a child will respect his father and he will try to dominate his younger brother. And again, when we see even the society, a backward class person will oppress the scheduled caste person. A scheduled caste person will oppress further poorer person section of the society. A male in the society will dominate on the female of the society. Powerful female in the society will dominate weaker female in the society. So the social justice is actually coming from not even with the patriarchal society, but it is rather coming from the authoritarian mindset and the way the Westerns has imposed the culture on us. We actually got into a society where it is an authoritarian society, and if we make it somehow get out of that authoritarian mindset and get into the collaborative mindset, a partnership mindset with everybody, whoever is doing whatever job is equal. At the end of the day, everybody will like born equal, will die equal, right? So social justice will be created just the moment we get out of the authoritarian mindset. I am making it more simplified than it appears, but that is the food for the thought for today. Thank you, Dr. Saab, and thank you, Sanjay Chatterjee.
Thank you very much, sir. And as I told each one of you, you must have found. I just called him, he joined us, and just see the vibrant views he had given. Thank you very much. Professor Malhotra, you can continue with the session. Ananya, please. Thank you. Professor Malhotra, would you like to say something?
You know, wisdom, because, you know, a coup is going on to discuss on social justice. And in such legal luminaries come as sadhus and saints to give some valuable thought on that. I think that will complete the more meaningfully than we are doing. So Sanjay ji, please try to contact more and more people.
No, I rather
हो सके उतनी डलवाओ आप प्लीज।
अभी तो मैंने तो सिर्फ दो ही लोगों को, मैंने पार्था जी को सिर्फ फोन किया और किसी को मैंने नहीं किया। और ऑफ कोर्स शैलभद्र शास्त्री सुबह आए थे। और पार्था जी, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, डॉक्टर पसायत ने आज हमारा ये इनॉग्रेट किया। So I wanted you to be there also, but it was managed by all my students only who are there today.
आपने इसको beautifully you have summarized. Only thing is we make the things complex to make them worse. So, things have to be simplified so that people understand that things are very simple. Only thing is we make them complex because we don't want to address the actual issues. Everyone knows that where is the problem lying in social justice. As I told you, our matrimonial customs and practices are itself, core to promoting social injustice. And we are observing in them with, lots of pomp and gaiety. इतने बाजे गाजे से अपनी बारात निकालते हैं. दुल्हन भी जो है, जो बेस्ट ब्राइडल मेकअप है, जो spending lakhs of rupees on bridal makeup, and she happily departs her home to get a place in others' house. But sad thing is, even if men go to other house, what would be the plight of that man? You can well think of, it is not that male is powerful. We have made such practices which have made the male powerful. Male is not powerful. Women is far more powerful than their men counterparts.
We have a lot of women today. They must be feeling it, that they are more powerful.
We have more than 70% judges.
Yes, in Delhi, I mentioned it.
We have more than 85% teachers.
Yes, Delhi University, 85%, more than 85% teachers are there.
So, you cannot believe that this silent revolution is taking place.
Yes.
Divorce rate amongst the judiciary persons, whether they are lawyers or judges, amongst the professors, is so high. You cannot believe that. They are coming out of this matrimony. They don't want to, they just, want to kick this kind of practice. And what I feel that they are doing the right thing.
Wonderful. So we will proceed with it, Ananya.
The next speaker, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so our next speaker for today is Hari Krishna Pillai.
Yes, Hari Krishna. Yes. Please, what is your topic? And 124, you have to finish it by 124. Okay?
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes.
Sir, yes, sir. So, respected Vipin sir, Banerjee sir, and our mentor, guide, and inspiration, Sanjay K. Chadha sir. Good morning, good afternoon, sir. So, I did my research on the topic social justice and one second, sir. Yes, sir. Social justice and gender equality, sir. So, sir, I am Hari Krishna Pillai, 5th year BBLLB student from Christo in the College of Law, sir. Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah, you're audible. You're audible.
You are very well heard.
Okay, sir, because I was not getting any. Yes, sir. So, shall I start, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, sir. So, the Constitution of India, sir, guarantees equal rights to men and women. Still, a gender gap remains in India, sir. From past many generations, men and women have been treated differently. Discrimination against women is a violation of human rights. In India, gender discrimination refers to disparities in health, education, economics, and politics between men and women. Gender inequalities, as well as their societal roots or social roots, have an impact on India's sex ratio, women's health throughout their lives, educational attainment, and economic conditions. The Constitution of India additionally states that every citizen of India, irrespective of caste, creed, race, origin, shall not be deprived of his or her human dignity. Gender equality is essential for long-term, universally accepted growth and advancement of human rights. Having a strong status for women is important to the advancement of societal and for human development. In a society where women are considered as goddesses, the same nation perpetrates crime and inequality against women. In India, women have long been regarded as an oppressed part of the society and have been ignored for centuries or decades. While celebrating the birth of a son, the birth of a daughter is always painful. Boys are encouraged to be tough and extroverted, while girls are encouraged to stay at home and do the household work or household chores. All these gender differences are created by the society itself. It negatively impacts the development goals and as a result slows economic growth. It affects the general well-being as preventing women's participation in social, political, economic activities can affect the society as a whole. India is still a male-dominated society where women are often seen as subordinate and inferior to men. So there are several reasons for such gender disparity in India, sir. And one of the most dominant factors for this inequality or disparity in our country, which still persists in some parts of India, are the patriarchal traditions. So what is patriarchy? According to Wikipedia, patriarchy is a social system in which men hold primary power and predominate in roles of political leadership, moral authority, social privilege, and control of property. According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, patriarchy means a family, group, or government controlled by a man or group of men. There are various problems in a male-dominated society, that is the patriarchal society, resulting in multiple gender inequality issues in India, such as dowry tradition. Sir, I'll be just going through it because of the time constraints, sir. Will it be okay? Vipin, sir.
A lot of things which you have done. We are more concerned about your findings because you must have spent,
Yes, sir.
hours and hours. You must have, burned midnight oil also. So
yes, sir.
Want to, listen to your main theme which you have discovered out of the churning of your thought process.
Sir, basically the goal of this research is to look at the topic of gender disparity in the context of human development as it pertains to our nation, sir. With the help of exploratory analysis, the study concludes that the level of gender disparities found in India is concern for a long-term sustainability of human development, and that effective gender mainstreaming is required to ensure women's empowerment and equal access to benefits, sir. Otherwise, human development could become a mirage. This article tends to identify, or this paper tends to identify the core cause of gender differences in our country and to propose a strategy for resolving the discrepancy and promoting gender equality in our country, sir, in order to establish a prosperous society. So, sir, as sir, I was mentioning that there are various reasons for gender disparity in our country. So in a male-dominated society, these are the following problems that occurs in India, sir, because of which women are oppressed, or women were oppressed and are still being oppressed, sir. Sir, firstly, dowry tradition. Secondly, women are considered as a liability, sir. Strong patriarchal tradition still exists in many sectors of India, sir. And women's lives are molded by such practices. As a result, girls are frequently viewed as liability in social settings, and they are socialized to feel that they are subordinate to men, sir. Nextly, thirdly, sir, discrimination against women happens throughout all stages of their life, sir. At their birth, as an infant, child, adolescent, and as an adult as well, sir. Sir, the sex ratio at birth in India is clearly more masculine. Sir, 1 second, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. The sex ratio at birth in India is clearly more masculine than the natural level, sir. The sex ratio birth is roughly 105 male births every 100 male births, or around 950 female births per 1,000 male births in the absence of sex selection. So whereas in India, according to the sample registration system, the number of female births per 1,000 male births is just 903, which seems to be an underestimate figure, sir. Nextly, sir, when it comes to discrimination against women during their childhood, sir, because of the following reasons they are discriminated, sir. Because of nutrition and health, sir. Girls are often treated differently than boys in terms of nutrition and health, sir. As Indian families believe that men are the breadwinners when it comes to earning a life for their families, sir. And girls tend to do the household work instead of going out and work, sir. Secondly, sir, the other reason is education, sir. Basic education in India is not universal in India, sir. And it is often not considered particularly important for girls in the Indian societies. The total literacy rate in India is 64.8%, among which the male literacy is 75.3% and female literacy rate is 53.7%, sir, indicating that a 21.6% discrepancy between the sexes at the national level when it comes to education, sir. Next is child marriages, sir. The Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006 prohibits the children from marrying, or girl children from marrying before the age of 18. And yet 80% of Indians who live in villages where family, caste, and communal forces are more powerful than any legislation passed by the government, sir. According to the UNICEF report, by the state of world's children, 47% of Indian women aged between 20 to 24 are married before the legal age of 18, sir, including 56% in the rural areas. According to the survey, India accounts for more than 40% of child marriages worldwide, sir. Nextly, sir, discrimination against women after their marriage, sir. The dowry tradition has led to domestic violence of wife by the husband and their family members, sir, which sometimes leads to even death of the woman, sir. In 2009, the Indian National Crime Record Bureau reported dowry deaths cases to be nearing 1,285 cases. Just a minute, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The Indian National Crime. Come on. The Indian National Crime Bureau reported dowry deaths to be high, sir, in 2009, sir. And in 2020, the reported dowry death cases in India amounted to nearly 7,000, sir, which has been decreasing, but not at a really good rate, sir. Which means that still dowry deaths are happening in India, sir. Discrimination against women with regards to inheritance, sir. There is still a considerable bias against gender equality in parts of India where patriarchal customs persist, sir. As a result, a deceased husband or father's inheritance would be passed on to the oldest son, while his wife or daughters would be at disadvantage, sir. But recently, Supreme Court has also held that the girls or women are also entitled to claim, inheritance from their father or father's property, sir. Now, the fourth point is the poverty. In India, 30% of our population lives in poverty, sir, with women accounting for 70% of the population. Women's poverty in India is linked to a lack of economic option and financial resources because of this disparity in access to education and support services, as well as limited participation in decision making, sir. Fifthly, sir, unemployment of women. Women are unable to respond to new possibilities or change careers since their mobility is limited owing to intra-house duties, sir, household works, basically. Women's labor force participation in the latest periodic labor force poll before the pandemic was only 18.6% compared to 55.6% for men. According to a 2019 survey by the labor force participation rate, as of 2020, less than a quarter of women aged 15 and over are employed. That is 20.3% of women aged over 15 are employed when compared to 76% of men. Only 19.9% of the population is female of the total labor force in India, sir. Nextly, sir, I would like to highlight the importance of gender equality in India and all over the world, sir. Sir, according to me, or I believe that every girl deserves to fulfill her dreams and reach her full potential, sir. Girls see gender inequality in their homes and communities practically every day in textbooks, movies, and media, regardless of where they live in India. In India, gender inequality leads to uneven opportunities, and while it affects both men and women, statistically underprivileged girls are disproportionately affected. Gender barriers continues to widen as girls and boys get older, as they persist into adulthood, with only a quarter of women working in formal workplace. In a variety of professions, these women are the global leaders and significant voices. Due to highly entrenched patriarchal ideology, norms, traditions, and systems, most Indian women do not fully enjoy many of their rights, sir. India would not be able to fully develop until both girls and boys are given equal opportunities to achieve their full potential, sir, as I mentioned before. Therefore, it is big time to issue a rallying cry for positive change in the way women in India are viewed in terms of their health and well-being, sir. Sir, also according to McKinsey Global Institute, enhancing women's position and promoting gender equality in India may boost global economy by $12 trillion. By 2025, increasing women's participation in the labor force by 10% might add $700 billion to India's GDP. There is a substantial evidence that valuing women is critical to building a wealthy society and nation, as well as for the prosperous neighborhood, sir. Now, sir, there are certain solutions to increase such gender disparities or inequalities in our society, sir. It is important to invest in and empower females by providing them with education, skills, and sports and other opportunities in our country, sir. Empowering our country's girls needs strategic investment and partnership, providing girls with the services, safety, education. Sir, I'm not able to hear.
If you continue further, you will be doing injustice to others.
Okay, sir, I'll just conclude, sir. Sir, so my further presentation includes the solutions, basically the role of judiciary in upholding gender equality in India. I have mentioned 3-4 cases, sir, and the important enactments which have been enacted by the Indian government, progress in gender equality, my own recommendations for promoting gender equality in our country, sir. And finally, I would like to conclude, sir. In India, sir, society should strive for gender equality and abandon the notion that women are commodities. We all know that gender equality in India would make a significant contribution to the country's progress in all areas. Various statistics and facts relating to nations with a larger number of empowered women show that countries with a larger percentage of gender equality are fast rising in all fronts at the global level. It is strongly linked with, it is strongly related with women's rights, demands, and policy changes. Gender equality in India is the key to all the long-term prosperity that our country deserves. Gender equality is India's secret motto for obtaining the country's ideal status. Finally, I would like to end my presentation with the quotation that Jawaharlal Nehru had stated. You can tell the condition of a nation by looking at the status of its women, sir. So this shows how much importance gender equality plays for a development of a country, sir. Thank you, sir.
saying goes like this: you can say anything and do nothing. Instrumental, having progressive legislation for improvement, but somehow fail to address the issue of other things.
Sir, your voice is a little unclear.
Yes, sir. I'm not able to hear you, sir.
Sir, we are not able to hear you, Vipinji.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, you can, but please come near to the mic, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, what I was saying, that saying goes like this, that you can say anything and do nothing. That is what our politicians have done. They have, tried to, just like he quoted one of the prime ministers. So he tried to reform the, some customs and practices through Hindu code bill, but he failed to address to the vehemently, gender biased laws which were there in other religious minorities. And till date, we have not been able to, bring about uniform civil code, and we are still paying a lip service, as far as the gender laws, customs, and practices are concerned. And I think it's high time that women should come out of the four walls where these customs laws are practiced. The Prohibition Act was passed in 1961 or 63. Anyway, so still everybody, every household is giving dowry. Every woman is taking dowry. Every man is, marrying with dowry. So just see that the kind of mockery we have made of law is really embarrassing, and the kind of lip service we all are giving for the gender parity is especially in the Indian social setup. We have a hierarchical based system in society where one caste is dominating the other caste. It is not only one caste. This is a hierarchy of 4,000 castes, more than 4,000 castes. So it's a very strong hierarchy, and it has to be, destroyed. As Ambedkar wrote the book, Annihilation of Caste, and especially, we should address to the, actually what we are doing, we are just following an Einsteinian definition of food. Gave a very good definition of food. Doing the same thing and expecting different results. Who is a fool? Who is doing the same thing but expecting different results. We are following the same customs, laws, and practices with pomp and gaiety, and we are expecting that we will have different results. We are entering into such matrimonial arrangements. We are rearing up our, girl and child in the same manner as we used to, and we are, expecting very different results. It's maybe, it speaks the hollowness of the whole academic science. Even those who are well-educated women, they also want that the same customs and practices should be observed, and same hijab should be there, same burqa should be there, and then they are expecting that they should be, and this is the liberty for them. So, you can well understand that what is the plight of this whole society when we follow the same kind of practices. Anyway, I will not come in between the next speaker. Yes, Ananya.
Yes, sir.
Who is the next speaker?
Like to invite our co-authors for today, Sneha Nandi, and Preetam Ghosh.
Neha Nandini, very good. So
Sir, Sneha Nandi.
it is 141, so you have to conclude by 151. Okay. Please strictly adhere to your time, time bondage, and first you have to tell us that what are the issues you have raised, and then what is the methodology you have used, and what are the findings. So just give 5 minutes on your research finding, 2 minutes on your what are the issues you have raised, and or 2 or 3 minutes you can use it for your methodology during the research.
Okay, sir. So, hello everybody present over here. Good afternoon to all. I, Sneha Nandi, and my friend Pritam Ghosh, we are gonna talk about the topic of social justice and gender equality. So, gender equality is a topic which is a very common, and people often talk about it. So, people often talk about it, and today we will present it. But today we will present it from a different point of view. If I interpret the word gender equality, it means equal treatment towards every gender, irrespective of female, male, and third genders. We often talk about gender equality for bringing justice to the female and third genders. And several NGOs are also there who are working for the welfare of the women and third genders. But only one who are being ignored are men. Why are they getting every rights? Like socially and morally, we would like to put some lights into it. Yes, it is true that women needs more protection, and as most of the time they are being harassed, raped, murdered for dowry and tortured, etc. And whenever we hear about the word gender justice, we create a picture in our mind that women are being deprived of their rights and injustice is being done towards a woman. And for that, there are several laws to protect the interest of women. But what about men? Men are suffering too. Many men are the victims of domestic violence, and many men are being raped by male as well as female, but there are no such laws to protect them. From this context, our laws are gender biased, we should say. Article 14 of the Indian Constitution provide for the equal protection of law, so there should be laws for every gender. Even the section 376 of the IPC, which derive punishment for rape, doesn't include a man as victim of rape. And there are more such things like false allegations of domestic violence to get divorce, and as it is a uh, very easy ground to put a man behind the bars. And the trial, the duration it takes for the trial, it can ruin the entire life of a man. So the another is domestic violence. Yes, there is a stereotypical belief that men cannot be tortured as they are stronger than other genders. So and men are often hesitate to talk about violence as they think that what society will uh, society will judge them, and an unnecessary nuisance will be created to their family. So society should aware of this fact, and they need to accept it that men can be a victim too. All men are not offenders. Society shouldn't put a tag on men that if any consequence arises between a man and a woman, the always the man will be guilty and the woman is victim. So justice should be served equally and to both man and woman. After this, I will hand over it to Preetam.
Thank you, Sneha. First of all, a very good afternoon to everyone present over here. My name is Preetam Ghosh. What Sneha said was something which people talk less about it. We can understand that till now, cases of male victimization is not that common, but we cannot say the number is just zero. The laws are made by the legislature when there is a need of it in the society. A very less number of cases are reported by victimized men itself in thought of how society will accept it. There is a customary belief that men are physically stronger than women. So always, women can only be the victim. A survey was made in Haryana where it was claimed that 52.4% men among 1,000 married men between the age group of 21 to 49 faces gender-based violence in the hands of their wives and intimate partners. Not only in India, it is a worldwide problem. According to an American Journal of Emergency Medicine, the cases of male domestic violence has increased from 22% to 30% during COVID-19. The national statistics of domestic violence says 1 in 9 men faces domestic violence by their intimate partners. 1 in 4 men experience physical abuse. 1 in 71 men faces rape. Yes, the number of cases is still not similar, but it will not take much time to get similar. So before it happens, some steps should be taken by the judiciary and legislative authority. When the Constitution has given the fundamental rights that everyone is equally and protected equally in the eyes of the law, everyone, irrespective of their gender, should be treated equally. Thank you, sir.
Very good presentation. I think this presentation is the need of our, and I feel that this gender utilization of laws is going to be the need of our, because the gender history within 100 years of historic development, women has seen immense empowerment. So still, I think there are certain areas where they need to be empowered. As I told you, 70% of the judges in the lower judiciary are women. 80 to 85% women are teachers in schools and universities, and they are occupying very good position. And now in military also, the board has mandated that they should be incorporated as combatants. So you could well see that the society is changing fast, and by making draconian laws for their counterparts will not help, because man-woman relationship is always a relationship of love and affection, and they are incomplete without each other. That one thing. Whether we make draconian laws for women, in history we have seen what kind of results we had in the society. And if we make the same draconian laws for men, the history will not be very different. The future will not be very different. Even if you suppress the male counterparts, it will not be a very bright society. So you have to have a balance, and you have to eliminate those rituals, caste practices which are keeping them away, aloof from sharing the resources which the nature has endowed upon everybody. They have to have equality of relationship. So you could well contemplate that this kind of research is the need of our. Scandinavian countries are already practicing in this direction. They are heading towards gender neutral laws. That is a very good thing, and that is what we contemplate for a society, that we should have such society where everyone should have equal partnership, and it is based on love and affection and cooperation of all. Yes, so I congratulate Sneha and Neetam.
Thank you, sir.
For making a new dimension in the gender parity research. Yes. Ananya, how many papers?
Sir, now 3 speakers are left.
3 speakers?
We
Sir,
need
two
to
are
make
co-authors and one sole speaker presenter.
so 2 papers.
Yes.
All right. And you please open your camera, Ananya, without.
Sir, my camera is open.
पहले
my
पिछली
camera-
बार सिर्फ आपका नाम आ रहा था स्क्रीन पे. Anyway,
Okay.
continue.
I would like to present Akash Chatterjee and Malhotra Malhotra to present their paper on Has the Empowerment Triangle Failed?
What is the name of co-author?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. The name of co-author is Malhotra Malhotra and myself, Akash Chatterjee, Amity University, Kolkata, Amity Law School. And
Okay.
yes, sir, sure. So we'll try to keep it as crisp as possible, just the main things which you guided us for the other papers. Yes, sir. So first of all, a very good afternoon, everyone. A very good afternoon, Sanjay sir, Malhotra sir, and thank you for this opportunity that we have got today to voice our opinions. Coming directly to our topic, we have based our paper presentation today on gender justice with a particular quotation: has the empowerment triangle failed? Specifically basing our research on crime reporting, deep patriarchal bias, and recent controversies, we have tried a mix of both doctrinal as well as empirical data in this paper. I would request my co-presenter Malhotra Malhotra to begin. Hereinafter, I shall take over. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to Malhotra sir, Sanjay sir, and Parthu sir. I would like to begin the presentation. So in the 21st century world, it has shown different strains of thought, and among them, the predominant one is the one of liberalism. So the emphasis on individual dignity and freedom as paramount interest. Gender has always been a ubiquitous factor in shaping social relationships, and above all, society in general. So in the light of this situation, gender equity entails not only an equality of men and women, but also an equality of opportunity, and at the same time, a fair social justice to be meted out. So while gender stereotypes and gender roles continue to influence people's opinions, modern liberal ideologies emerge as a new social force. Equity as a global is a global concept that is not restricted to any culture and religion, and it is ubiquitous to the socio-cultural fabric, which is concocted into the matrix of the interpersonal relationships which men and women share. It is also acknowledged by the United Nations Development Program, or the UNDP, which supports partners to through various programs to eliminate gender inequalities through targeted gender-focused programs, and by working to ensure that all development efforts take into account the experiences, the needs, and the contributions of women. Gender equity does not confine itself to establishing an equal status among men and women only. It is rather a modus operandi of demolishing traditional barriers to women, and at the same time establishing equal courses of action for the social beings to follow. Equity does not let go of the differences inherent between men and women. It is rather appreciating them and striving to ensure that those do not come in the way of progress. The overwhelming principle of equity has paved the way for assimilation of transgender into the traditional male-female complex. It has carved out a new niche in the social and occupational domains that recognizes them on the basis of their abilities, their potential, and not the stereotype for them for their gender. There is a triangular correlation, as we have shown in the slide, of the mutual association of the three distinct phenomena: equity, equality, and empowerment. While equity and equality draw the base, empowerment extends from the base as the projected vertex and the phenomena which actually gets powered by the base. In the next slide, we have discussed the contemporary implications of the three triangles either succeeding or failing. In this case, we have seen the patriarchy is a social construct which has been created that almost obstructs the liberal flow of ideas and assimilation of the same, as well as the heteronormative dogmas which we have created in our own minds as a formation of social values that impede the eventual goal of gender equality. There is always a bias which plays a very important role when it gets passed down from one generation to another generation, as children listen to their biased opinions of their parents. So the expected gender roles are schemas that keep sustaining this dogma in the society. I would like to push it to Akash.
Thank you to my co-presenter. And with this entire discussion on what we actually mean by the empowerment triangle and these often overused words of equity, equality, empowerment, it's now time to analyze what is the main problem in this particular time, especially in a post-pandemic world when gender justice has come up in debates and discussions so often. Firstly is the problem of underreporting and often non-reporting of crimes, be it crimes against women, crimes based on gender discrimination, gender-based violence, sexual crimes, and the recent controversy of marital rape. The contention that the law is not being able to protect victims of marital rape and the recent contentions growing around it. So very first, the most important point rather is why the non-reporting of crimes is one problem that needs discussion. This is because of the psychological attitude. This is the first time a psycho-legal attitude is trying to be molded into the present socio-legal setup of the country, where we find that incidents are deliberately devalued, their reputation ignored, and sort of being set into the cognition that the change is not possible, a sort of a very malicious understanding that the incident could not be reported due to societal factors. Crime reporting, as has been dealt with in our slide, is very important not only on the basis of statistical reasons, but to understand and take a stock of the prevalent situation in the country. We have seen during the hearing of marital rape, this issue, and also in various other issues, when statistical reports of the actual crime, statistical reports of victims play an important role in understanding how the particular thing is shaping up. What is the loophole? What is the lacune in the current existing legal framework? That has to be taken into stock of. We have tried to make a very small survey, an empirical survey based on purposive sampling, where mainly middle-aged women of urban households were consulted whether they would report intimate partner violence. And we have seen a compromising attitude in the maximum of the respondents. The total trend once again substantiates what we are trying to put forward through our paper, that patriarchal bias lies deep-rooted in the cognition itself. And any discussion, deliberation, debate on gender equality, gender justice has to be started at the very grassroots in the thought process itself. One of the most important focus points of today's gender debate is not about men and women only. It is about imagining the contours of gender. It is about addressing homophobic, transphobic stigmas in the society. It is about analyzing why school dropouts are happening in the pandemic period. Why, even though there are schemes, there are even monetary schemes for families to send their daughters to school, why still they are not being able to get? Why female menstrual hygiene is still a taboo to be talked about? It is about analyzing rural-urban divide. It is about analyzing prescriptivism, what a woman should and what a woman can. It is about blurring those lines. It is about also imagining her consent even in the private chambers of bedroom when she is not protected there. The road ahead is complex, but we need micro focus. We need to understand every state, every region, which is flagged by different diversities in the country, needs a separate focus. We need to understand health points, be it awareness about sexually transmitted diseases, be it awareness about diseases based on poor nutrition. We need disaster days and gender to be one topic to be talked about, which the pandemic has shown how a particular national disaster has pushed women to the brink of their existence and dignity. Legislative frameworks, technology and its fair use. For example, now there are tracking apps, There are different applications which help women send out an SOS call and call for help. And we need international collaborations like we have had the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign, which has been sponsored by UNICEF itself. We have different other STCI, Save the Children India, and other such collaborations. Now I would request my co-presenter to explain the rate analysis. Hereafter, I'll draw the conclusion. It's over to you.
Thank you. After much scrutiny, we have come up with a fourfold analysis, which we have called RATE, which stands for Report at the Earliest. So this fourfold analysis has the following parts. First is the reporting of any spousal crimes. We've talked about issues such as marital rape, issues of domestic violence.
Outside that, please don't take more than 10 minutes. And now
Yes,
that
sir.
is already over, so I have to be little harsh upon you. If we are talking about law, we have to follow the law. If we cannot follow the law here, then we cannot expect that we deliberate on law and we ourselves violate the law. So
Yes, sir. I just conclude.
So next time when you present, please keep in mind the rules and regulation and the framework under which you are presenting.
Yes.
Anyway, next presenter, please.
The second.
Participants, just share it on the group so that they can see. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Next group, please.
They can conclude if permission be granted. I request.
Because this can be a mandate for others also.
All right. All right. Aranya, you are you please unmute. Yeah.
Oh my
Yes.
God, I'm sorry.
Last speaker from whom we are having the last word.
Yes, sir. So our last speaker for session 2 is Abhedya Rajiv. Okay. Good afternoon, sir. So I won't be taking much time of yours. I'll just conclude my presentation in just 5 minutes. Already, the speakers before, the presenters before me have already presented all the points, so I won't be emphasizing on that. I would like to come on the points which I want you all to focus upon, that where the problem lies. Everybody knows that there is some social pressure.
Abhedya, just Professor wants to say something. Yes, sir. Please.
So your voice is not clear. I'm sorry, sir.
Your voice is not coming, Professor Malhotra. Yeah.
What is the title of your paper?
So it's social justice and the gender equality.
Everyone is coming with the same. You must have chosen some or the other aspects.
Yes, sir. I'll be focusing on the problems and its solutions, sir.
Okay. So please.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I'll begin with what is gender equality. It is a state of equal case of access which is granted to both men and women, whether it's a boy or a girl or a male or female. Everybody has an equal access to the resources which is available on this earth. Now, why this disparity comes? When there comes the difference in the thought process which is lying in, which is going on in this society. So my focus is on the problem is that everybody thinks that women are weak, they cannot do the work properly. So they keep them behind themselves. And since it is a patriarchal society, the more focus and more emphasis is given to the men. So on my part, I would like to give the solution is that the first focus we need to make is on the education system. The education system must focus on the teaching of the students that everybody is equal, and they teach the kids that how to behave with each other. They should tell each and every student how to behave with one another, whether it's a boy or a girl. They must focus on the behavior they are showing towards other person. Okay, whether it's a girl or a boy. Next is the training of any official or the administrator or the organ of the government, because any official who is in authority, who is in a high position, they have the major responsibility that they
doesn't discriminate among the individuals, whether it's a male or a female person. They have to treat everyone equally. If I talk about the Constitution of India grants equality to both without any discrimination on the gender basis. So the officials must also know that they have to, it is their responsibility, their duty, that they have to treat them equally. So the next is the training of the officials, whether it's administrative official, judicial official, or anyone, any authority. So they need training, and so the government should try to establish some training centers. Next comes the awareness programs, that if the kids are not getting the education, then the government should try to establish some awareness projects where the authorities will teach them how to behave, and then the parents also should learn that how to teach their kids to behave with the sisters or the brothers with each other. So lastly, I would just conclude with that the definition of the UNICEF, which says that the women and men and girls and boys enjoy the same rights and resources, and the opportunity should be given equally to all. So in the conclusion, I again emphasize on the education system that there is a high need to change the thought process of this society, and everybody should now start treating each other equally, because each and every one of us have the equal power. They can do anything if they want to, whether it's a boy or a girl, we can do anything. No one is behind, and we should start treating each other equally. We can't underestimate anyone. Thank you, sir.
Yes, that was wonderful, Vipinji. Your thought. She has emphasized primarily on education. Wonderful.
And yes, again, a voice is there where she talks about that, just having draconian law will not help the serve the society. So, you could well contemplate that, we now have to address to new issues which are arising out of new society, new norms, which we are setting, and what kind of laws should be there. There has to be now a new legal paradigm to address the new issues. Just like now we are having live-in relationship, we are having more and more women who are coming out for work, and we have sexual harassment at workplace and other laws. But somehow I still feel, as our friend Sanjay Chadha, who himself is a very sharp lawyer, he still feels that it is not the law, it is through love only. So many issues can be settled, and that is what he has done through mediation, arbitration, and mutual understanding. Because someone rightly pointed out earlier that this patriarchy is deep embedded into the subconscious of human beings from thousands of years, and it needs to be tackled with more psychological tools, and then only we can reform the society. So, with this we conclude this session. Yes, Ananya, have you come across any question answers for the panelists?
No, sir, there was no substantial question in the YouTube or in the meeting.
So, anybody wants to, raise some issue or some question out of the discussion of this panel? Please let me know. Anybody?
And if there is no question, we can proceed to the next session.
Someone used to say, no question is also a good question. Okay.
Yes.
So let us actually proceed to the next session of the final session of the
evening.
Okay. Over to Ananya and Chadha-ji. So please.
Yeah, Ananya.
I would like to thank all the presenters for such an engaging and knowledgeable session. And I would like to thank our guests and all the audience who has been engaged and stayed connected in. And I would like to introduce our co-anchors for the third session. Over to you.
Thank you, Ananya. So good afternoon to each one of you present today. It is a moment of extreme pleasure to welcome the guests who are present here to attend the third and the last session of today's conference. And the theme of this session is the role of judiciary and laws in ensuring social justice. On behalf of BSK legal firm, I, Tusharika Singh Geharwar, offer my regards to all the judges and the people joining us. I am profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce Mr. Sanjay K. Chadha sir, who is a founding partner in the litigation, arbitration, and compliance group of the BSK legal firm. His area of practice focuses on civil and commercial disputes, labor and employment law, intellectual property litigation, consumer protection, and commercial criminal arbitration. Under his supervision at present, the firm is successfully handling cases in over 614 districts throughout the length and breadth of the country. I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Vipin Kumar Malhotra sir, has been teaching political science and law at the Department of Political Science at Sri Aurobindo College, University of Delhi. Sir is an international scholar in foreign policy, human rights, and disability studies, and he is also the honorary director of research and publication at BSK Legal. Sir received the Media Award in the year 2017. Sir has been a former vice president, Staff Association at Sri Aurobindo College. He is a joint secretary of the National Association for Blind and an executive member of the Society for the Child Development. Sir is frequented resources person on family laws over human rights, Indian politics and disability laws, and has also contributed several articles on law and politics in national and international journals.
Thank you, Tusharika. Thank you very much. Abhedya is also there. And we have Justice Dhingra who will be joining us at 2:30. He has just messaged. So what we will do is, as I will be listening to it, so we can start our session in between when Honorable Justice Dhingra will join us at after 16 minutes. Then we will hear him and then continue and finish the matter. So you can call the speakers.
Over to you, Abhedya.
Thank you, Tusharika. So the theme for this session is the role of judiciary and laws in ensuring social justice. So our first presenter is Mr. Rohan Priyam, whose topic is current problems in the Indian judicial system, and he is from Jamia Millia Islamia, and he is a third-year law student. So over to you, Rohan Priyam.
I think Rohan is there, but we can shift to somebody else. He's not responding, so we can proceed to some other speaker.
Sure, sir.
Next speaker, we'll go to him. You are there. Please open your camera also, and
Yes,
let us start.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Just a second.
Yeah, please start, Rohan.
Yes, sir. Just, sir, I'm just adjusting the Microsoft. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, so I will talk about the current problems in the Indian judicial system. It basically talks about, first I will introduce about my topic. It is basically Indian judicial system has a very glorious history. The Indian judiciary has evolved over time since ancient times till the modern period. The British rule in India is responsible for the development of the constitutional based legal system in India. The development of the British common laws legal system can be traced to the arrival and expansion of the British in India in the 17th century. The East India Company gained a foothold in 1612 after the Mughal Emperor Jahangir granted it the rights to establish in the port of Surat. So it's all about Britishers and the Mughal. The Indian legal system has been derived from ancient times and as well as Mughals and the Britishers. So basically, our main purpose is to talk about what are the problems and the solutions of current judicial system. So basically, there are solutions like we need some proper modernization of courts, introduction of fast-track courts to do away with the archaic laws, not acceptance of flippant cases, to keep courts open throughout the year, to increase the strength of the judiciary. These are some of the solutions, according to me, to solve the current problems in the Indian judiciary system. Now, the next part is, now we can focus on the problems of the Indian judiciary. If we look at the problems related to it, so it can we can say that the working and efficiency of various courts in the country is getting pathetic day by day. Further, there has been problem in the nepotism that have been increased by the masses in legal field of the country. The major problem that the Indian legal system is facing is the lack of modernization. It lacks transparency and dignity, results of which cases are solved in various high courts, district and Supreme Court take a longer period of time. For example, in the Bihar case, as we have seen in the recent past. Also, there is problem related to bribery in the Indian judicial field. There are allegations that the topmost lawyers of the country take bribes in order to fulfill their own selfish needs. There's some of the problems which I am presenting before you. Also, there are problems like greedy and parasitic lawyers. It's very sad to see that, but it is a reality of our Indian judicial system. So we need to change that. Who take bribe because they think that taking bribes will increase their money income without taking actual interest in the judicial system of the country. Even after 50 years, we are not able to solve our problems at an efficient and faster rates. Also, in 2015, there was a report that there were close to 400 vacancies for judge posts in the courts, and there are areas in the Supreme Court which have mounted to about 65,000. There's these problems can also be seen in district courts, high courts, and as well as lower courts, including the Supreme Court. The population to judge population ratio is 10.5 to 1 million, which is very less actually in whole world. And according to some of the report released by Center of Public Policy Research and British Commission, there are a total of 16,884 commercial disputes pending in high courts and the jurisdiction. Out of this, Madras High Court tops is 5865. Such a sorry state of Indian judicial system. So we can see from the presentation that there are some of the pending files, so many pending files that we cannot imagine in the in the Indian courts of our legal system. So basically, my final conclusion will be that the Indian judiciary system is deteriorating day by day. Justice delivered to the common citizens and the cases that are pending have been unresolved, and it takes a very long period of time to get that the common person, if he wants to get his justice, it takes very longer period of time, and the efficiency and the quicker pace of the Indian judicial system needs to be taken in this regard. Also, India should take inspiration from other countries and should learn from them how they solve the problems related to their legal system. And so we need to increase our fast track courts, increase many trial courts, and also there should be electronification of the courts so that our Indian judicial system becomes efficient day by day. That's all I would like to present.
Thank you, Rohan. It was really very nice how you summarized the entire issue pertaining to the problems which Indian judicial system has. Very nicely and aptly presented by you that we have less number of judges, infrastructural problem, and the problems of corruption, nepotism, and so on and so forth. All of them are very much existing in the current system. So that's good. I would request Avedya to please let us
Yes,
know
sir.
who's the next
So our
speaker.
next presenter is Ms. Neha Rajput. Her topic is Judiciary depicts the fundamental value of social justice. She is from PSET College of Law, Kanpur, and she'll be presenting her paper now. Over to you, Neha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Avidya. Greetings to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to Sanjay sir and Vipin sir for providing me such a golden opportunity to be present here, my views. So, I would like to start. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, please start.
So today the topic of my presentation is Judiciary depicts the fundamental value of social justice. So I would like to start with the introductory part. Judiciary is considered as the temple of justice for the society. Its main concern is to maintain what is just and equitable for the masses of the society. It plays a key role in the administration of justice with its independent identity and machinery, which runs on the track of constitutional provisions. Since the beginning of time, the judiciary has played a very crucial role in promoting social equality and safeguarding the fundamental values of Indian citizens, referring the age of of the constitution had a foresight of how the society and public perception would evolve in the near future. So I would like to say that from decriminalizing the triple talaq, decriminalizing the triple talaq to safeguard transgender rights, the Indian code has traveled a long road to promote the notion of social justice among the public and to safeguard the fundamental principles that have been ingrained in the public minds throughout the decades. Finally, the concept of social justice can be seen through the lens of constitutional morality, or social justice can be seen through the lens of judgment that had evolved over the time as a result of interpretation of judgments. It is not a one-day procedure. It is not a one-day procedure that entirely reforms society, but rather a gradual process that made the thinking of modern society through numerous judgments and decrees. Though through landmark and gut-wrenching decisions, the judiciary not only protecting but also promoting the concept of social justice in the minds of the people. I would like to spread some light on how the concept of social justice is evolving in the light of judiciary. Being the guardian of social justice, judiciary is playing a very crucial role for delivering justice in the society. Judiciary exercising its power with the objective of promoting equality and justice in the society by amending the discriminatory or unnecessary laws that are creating hurdles in the growth of society. For the implementation of these objectives, judiciary interpreted the laws by applying the doctrine of constitutional morality and facilitated some of the most important and liberal judgments over the past few years. In Navtej Singh Johar versus Union of India, this is the case in which the section 377 of IPC was challenged as it criminalizes the canal intercourse, that is sexual intercourse against the nature, but the Supreme Court found it to be discriminatory towards the LGBT community and concluded that the sexual intercourse is an inherent part of their identity, dignity, and autonomy and declared it as unconstitutional. The Supreme Court rendered this judgment in the light of constitutional morality by stating that the court must not be remotely guided by the view or popular perception that they must be guided by the concept of constitutional morality and not by the societal morality. Also, we can see in the case of Indian young lawyer versus state of Kerala. In this case, Justice Chandrachud discusses the distinguish between public morality and constitutional morality. The former, the conduct of society, is determined by popular perception existing in the society, while latter requires that rights of an individual ought not to be prejudiced by popular notions of society. In the case of Indian young lawyer versus State of Kerala, Supreme Court rendered the judgment by stating that Sabrimala custom of preventing women in their menstruating years from entering was unconstitutional and enabled all women regardless of age. In these circumstances, the devotees of Lord Ayappa held the religious conviction of menstruating women could not enter into the temple. The judiciary shot this issue through the lens of constitutional morality and passed the judgment in the favor of individuals' rights. Also, we can see in the case of Saira Vanu versus Union of India, it is a landmark judgment in which the judiciary actually defines the meaning of social justice. The judiciary analyzed this case through.
Neha, please summarize it and conclude. We have understood your point of view that in various judgments.
Okay, sir. So, sir, I would like to conclude that where the judiciary lacks, it's the heart,
Yeah, give the points for where the judiciary lacks.
Yes, sir. The main
because
problem,
after you, there will be one presenter. Then I will request Justice Dhingra.
Okay, sir. I am concluding it within 5 minutes. As we heard, every coin has two faces. Like the judiciary also have some loopholes pertaining to justice. Like if we talk about recent distribution, most of the rich people are getting this opportunity instead of poor people. If we see about operation problems related to internal efficiency of justice system, such as lack of cooperation bodies between the justice system, lack of legal aid services, lack of pre-trial counseling, and the expense of court. So suggestions can be for these problems is establish faster courts in cases involving issues faced by the casteism and racialism in the society. Ensure the cost of court proceeding are embraced by the governments for the needy people. Organs to be advised to cooperate among themselves, and a census to ensure these justice to the poor, and a proceeding to be held in vernacular manner so that common people will understand it. And I would like to conclude that coming to the end of this debate on how law may be changing the social society, it can be argued that law is a tool for bringing social change, and it has brought many social change already, but it is still a long way bringing about a societal transformation. Thank you.
Yes, law is certainly an important tool to change the society. Abhedya, yes, who's the next? And then I will call.
Yes, sir. So our next presenter is.
How many more speakers are there?
Sir, only two.
So let us see at the end. I will invite Justice Dhingra. He will come and complete it. Yes.
Okay. So our next presenter is Mr. Aryan Verma. His topic is social justice and international law, and he's from USLLSS IP University, sir. Aryan, over to you.
Thank you so much, Abhedya. And first of all, I would like to say good afternoon to everybody present here. And I would like to thank personally Sanjay sir and Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra for giving me this opportunity to present my topic today. I'll just be sharing my screen. Okay, so the topic, I'm finding it difficult to share my screen. So the topic for today is social justice and international law. So first of all, I would be talking about the meaning of social justice. So social justice is defined by the United Nations as the fair and compassionate distribution of resources to and the fruit distribution of the fruits of economic growth. And social justice as a concept, it finds its origin in the 19th century Europe. So where they were aiming to create more egalitarian societies and remedy capitalistic exploitation of human labor. And we can also find its roots and origins in the French Revolution, which happened in France. And their key areas of focus were capital, property, and distribution of wealth. So still these indicators are very much in use, but we also look at access to education, access to healthcare, and the pay disparities, how much we have been able to bridge them when we talk about social justice. So there were few statistics which were part of my slide. So I apologize, I'm not able to share the slide, but it is showing that 1% of the world's top-notch category. So wealthy people, they own 46% of the resources today. This is in 2020, the post-pandemic world, which we are looking at. So this is the equalities which have resulted because of the pandemic. It's quite worrying. So that's why we are talking about social justice today. We are discussing it. And 1.6 billion people, students, they're out of schools. And there is climate change, which is such a debated issue, but we are actually seeing the consequences of climate change now. We are experiencing it, living it. And 251 million people have been put into poverty due to the pandemic. So that's why this topic is of such relevance today. And the correlation which I would like to bring here is that social justice strives towards achieving a more humane world. So for all of us. And there are 3 action points, I feel, as Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra also, he enlightened us that we have to, work together, collective action has to be brought about. So not just a class action, but a collective action of governments and civil society working together hand in hand. And I think the focus areas need to be, first of all, on the humanitarian aid and human rights protection. So we have to motivate and create a culture of human rights and human rights education, where everyone knows about their rights and everyone is able to freely exercise their rights. And the second is ecological integrity and disaster risk mitigation. So as we know, the ecology, if we as human beings are not living in consonance with the ecology, so then the results will be disastrous. So we need to focus on living one with nature. And disaster risk mitigation is another point. So due to the pandemic, there has been a lot of loss of life, loss of livelihoods, and it has impacted everybody. So mentally, physically, emotionally. So what the need of the hour is to look at disaster risk mitigation, how we can build better and how we can have systems in place so that we are able to take care of each and every person, each and every stakeholder in society. And the third is disarmament and the prohibition of nuclear weapons. Now, all of you must be wondering why I have added prohibition of nuclear weapons in the discussion today. But our right to life, it is the most vital right which we all possess. And if someone uses the use of nuclear weapons, uses that against us, so then we don't have a say. We don't have any room left. So that's why it is so important for the disarmament of nuclear weapons. Now, the international legislations which deal with social justice are the UN SDGs towards 2030. So these are the Sustainable Development Goals, which are given by the UN to all its member nations. And this is aimed towards a sustainable future when no one is left behind. And then there is the UN Refugee Higher Education Program, which facilitates the placement and education, university education for refugees and those people who have been adversely impacted by war and force majeure events such as the COVID-19 pandemic. And the third is the Paris Agreement. So this happened in 2019, but the COP26 is the next target for which we are aiming towards. And each country is looking for zero emissions, carbon emissions towards this. Now, nuclear disarmament, as I had already reiterated, that it's a fundamental human right. And so we have made a lot of progress in this regard. So the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, which is the CTBT, This aims to monitor the use of nuclear weapons, and it aims to reduce the nuclear arsenals of nuclear weapon states. And the TPNW, which you all must be knowing, it was adopted on 22nd January 2021. So this is the step in the right direction. And the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, or the Nuclear Weapon Ban Treaty, is the first treaty of its kind against nuclear disarmament. This treaty looks at prohibiting the use of atomic weapons, aiming to eliminate them completely. Now coming to the Sustainable Development Goals. So there are 17 goals in total. So I'll not be able to reiterate many, but you guessed it right. It has, alleviation of poverty, zero hunger, reducing inequalities, peace, justice, and strong institutions it talks about. That is a very important determining factor when we talk about social justice. And partnership.
And now I would request you to please conclude, because Honorable Justice Dhingra is with us.
Yes, sir. So I would like to conclude by saying that we can learn from our own heritage, our own roots. So our ancient Sanskrit literature, it talks about ethics and jurisprudence. So it talks about niti and nyaya. And niti relates to the propriety of institutions, rules, and organizations. So these are just structures. But nyaya concerns the lives that people are actually able to lead. So this is the principle by which these institutions should be governed. So what we need right now is nyaya. We need, social justice to govern our institutions so that they work better and we build strong and more resilient societies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Adil. And a very warm welcome to Honorable Justice Dhingra. And it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you, sir. I would request, we've been learning a lot from you. You read, I was, fortunate enough to appear before you several times. And so without wasting much of time, I would request my anchors today to please take charge and then invite Honorable Justice Dhingra.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to each one of you present today. On behalf of BSK Legal, I, Tusharika Singh Geharwar, offer my regards to all the judges and the people joining us. I am profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce the chief guest for this session, Justice S.N. Dhingra, sir, who is a former judge of Delhi High Court, a judge known for his bold judgment, as once he sent Delhi government into panic mode when he sentenced an ex-CEO of Delhi Jal Board to imprisonment for polluting Yamuna River and ignoring court direction. If we are going to, okay, it is going to mention about the academic background of sir. He did a higher secondary from Delhi in 1965, diploma in mechanical engineering from Pusa Polytechnic and Delhi in 1968, BSc from Delhi University in 1972, LLB from Delhi University Law Center in 1979, LLM from Delhi University Law Center in 1993, Company Secretary from Institute of Company Secretaries of India in 1984, and is an advocate on record in Supreme Court in the year 1984. We're going to focus upon the professional career. Sir had started practicing as an advocate since February 1976. He practiced in the lower court, high court, and Supreme Court in company matters, criminal matters, labor, and civil matters up to December 1987. He edited Matrimonial Law Reporter from 1977 to 1987. He worked as a part-time lecturer in Law Center, Delhi University from 1985 to 1987. He joined an additional district and session judge on January 6, 1988. He worked as Matrimonial Court, Designated Tata Court, Special 1984 Riot Court, Food Adulteration Court, Appellate Court of MCD, Rent Control Tribunal, and Special Court under quota. He worked as a district and session judge Delhi from February 25, 2005 to February 27, 2006. Sir has elevated to the bench of Delhi High Court on 28 February 2006 and worked as High Court judge up to 1st March 2011. Sir presently engaged as a member of Competition Commission of India, Delhi since 18th October 2011. He is a chairperson of Appellate Authority under Chartered Accountant Act, Company Secretaries Act, and ICWA Act. So, he is a chairperson of Justice Gopal Singh Public Charitable Trust. Now, we request sir to address the gathering and cast the light of his knowledge upon us. His comments are potential for the students who want to be like him one day. Sir, you have motivated us all enough for being an example of light in the darkness. We would be delighted with your expertise and knowledge in every way possible. So without consuming any time, I would request sir to enlighten us with his word of true wisdom.
Thank you. See, we have very interesting topics set by the conference. And one of the topic is role of courts in promoting social justice. And I would like to confine myself on the role of courts in promoting social justice. First, we have to understand what is social justice. The Constitution has envisaged in the very preamble, we the people of India give unto ourselves this Constitution so as to give to every citizen of this country equality, economic, political, and social. So with this preamble, the people of this country gave this Constitution to themselves. There may be any father of Constitution or mother of Constitution, that makes no difference. But when the Constitution was enacted and people of this country were assured that they will have equality, the responsibility of ensuring this equality and responsibility of ensuring that people of this country get equal rights was put heavily on the shoulder of courts, especially higher courts. You see, I worked as an advocate for about 12 years, as a judge of district courts for 18 years plus, and as a judge of High Court 5 years and 2 days. I had opportunity to appear as advocate right from the Court of Magistrate to the Supreme Court. Being advocate on record, see, I was able to file cases before Supreme Court and then argue myself. See, my experience of about 40 years in the courts had shown me that the social justice judges of our trial courts are more informed about social justice, and they perhaps take more care than the judges of High Court and Supreme Court. From judges of High Court and Supreme Court, you can take lectures about social justice in some seminars like this, or on inauguration of some inaugural functions of something. But when they sit in the court, they forget that they are judges for the poor also. And they are not judges only for rich and powerful. I will tell you my own experience as as an advocate, when I had opportunity to appear before Supreme Court. Let me start from the highest court. See, a poor person of Bihar, he was a tiller who used to till a small agricultural land of about 2-3 acres. He was, you see, tilling this land for many years. And Land Reform Act of the state were there in force. I'm talking of 80s, not 2020. Land Reform Act of different states were in force, and a tiller could not be removed from the land which he was tilling if he was paying to the landlord the lease rent whichever was fixed. See, in most of the areas of India, whether you go in Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, the big landlords do not till their land themselves. Either they engage laborer or they give on batai. Batai system is there that somebody else will till and he will give a portion of the crop to the landlord. Now, this man was tilling the land for many years. On one day, the landlord filed an application under section 145 CRPC before SDM. SDM heard the matter and did not decide it for 2 years. On the day of his transfer from that district, SDM decided this case without further hearing anybody after 2 years of the passing. Now this man approached ADM there, but ADM said sorry. He came to Delhi. At that time, I was in Patiala House Courts, and somebody brought him to me. He had no money with him. He told his case with me. He brought the SDM order. I was, see, after reading the order and the fact that order was passed after 2 years of hearing the argument, I found that this was certainly a very strong case which should be taken to Supreme Court so that, you see, how can a magistrate pass an order after 2 years of hearing the argument when he doesn't remember anything? See, normal human memory starts fading away after 3 months. And there were Supreme Court judgments which said so, that you cannot remember arguments after 2 years. You will have to rehear the parties. So I had become advocate on record very recently. So I thought I will file this case. The man had no money, so I spent money from my own pocket. He had no place even in Delhi to stay. So I allowed him to stay in my chamber for 2-3 nights so that I can file his case. I filed his case with all preparation, and you see, on the day case was fixed, I appeared in Supreme Court. And the moment I stood up, before I could say anything, I heard word dismissed. So before I could say anything, the next case was taken up. So I came back disappointed. This was one case. Now I will give you the second case of Supreme Court. There was a company in which one of the directors was appointed. You see, there are two kinds of director. One who are appointed out of shareholders and other who are salaried directors. So The company had a salaried director in the name of Mr. Bhargava. He, during his directorship, was given an official accommodation by company to stay there. After 3-4 years, his services were terminated and he was asked to vacate the official accommodation. He did not vacate, so a case under 563 or 561 CRPC, where a company, you see, a director is bound to vacate the house. If he doesn't vacate, ACMM can order him to vacate, was filed by the company. And since there was no further dispute about the facts, ACMM ordered him to vacate the premises. Against this order, he went to High Court. Again, despite my telling him that, you see, you have no case. He said, no, I will go to High Court. He went to High Court. In High Court also, his case, you see, after 3-4 months or 6 months, his case was dismissed. Now, you see, it was sometime in March of the year 1985-86, when his case was dismissed from High Court. He said, I will go to Supreme Court. I was surprised that a person has no case and he wants to go to Supreme Court. But he had money, enough money to engage counsels. So he engaged Soli Sorabji and asked me that I should brief Soli Sorabji. I went to Mr. Soli Sorabji and asked him, sir, there is no case. On what ground you will take this case in Supreme Court? It is a clear-cut case where his directorship was terminated. He remained in the house for so many days. He remained in so many years without being director. Then he went to High Court. Now he wants to go to Supreme Court, but on what basis? He said, Mr. Dhinga, he says that he wants to live in this house for some more years. So we can obtain stay from Supreme Court, status quo. But on what ground? See, how you will convince Supreme Court? He said, please, you just brief me. Okay, I'll brief you. I told him all the facts. And you see, he drew a strategy how to obtain stay from Supreme Court. I gave him facts, he prepared the case. Supreme Court generally closes in May, 15th May, around 15th May. So he waited till 8th May. Thereafter, he filed case before registry with some error so that registry may raise objection. Registry raised objection, which he removed on 10th or 12th May and asked the registrar to fix the case on last working day before the Supreme Court. On last working day, it is mentioning day generally. So he stood up when the case came and mentioned the case and said, my lord, you may take up it after holidays. Till then, status quo be maintained and the case notice may be. See, no other argument was done because I was present in the court. And he obtained stay against the High Court judgment and case was stayed. I was so disappointed. Again, the manner in which the case was heard. I told Mr. Bhargava, I'm not going to be associated with this case. I do not know for how long this case dragged in Supreme Court. Now, you can see the kind of social justice being disbursed by Supreme Court a case of a poor person whose arguments were heard 2 years ago by the SDM, and order was passed after 2 years without rehearing the argument in case of a land tiller who had no other alternative. And the case of a director who could afford to engage Soli Sorabji at that time. And because of face of Soli Sorabji, the man could get a stay in a case which was not there. Now, I do not know how these two, what went thereafter, but in earlier case, when I told the person that this is what Supreme Court has done and it has dismissed your case, he told me, sir, आप चिंता मत करो, हमारे पास धनुष बाण है, हम अपना ख्याल खुद रखेंगे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट रखता है या नहीं रखता है, हम लड़ाई करेंगे. And Mr. Bhargav obviously must have got stay for a year or so, and later on the case might have been dismissed, but his purpose was fulfilled. So this is the kind of social justice which was being given in 1980s, and now the position is more worse. See, we have pendency of approximately 75,000 cases in Supreme Court alone. And the Supreme Court strength has risen from 7 to 37 over the years. How from 1950 till 2022, Supreme Court has failed to make a case management policy for itself. What to talk of others? In what cases priority shall be given? Who is entitled to decide that which case should be given priority? And the criteria of hearing the cases without number has not been laid down. It is the discretion of the judge sitting there on the dais whether he likes to hear the case or not. If he doesn't want to hear the case, he has simply to say, I recuse myself, without disclosing the reason. That is one. Second, if he doesn't want to hear the case, he has simply to say, no time left, list for another day. And it is their discretion how many PILs will be listed and how much time will be spent on PILs. See, have you seen a court which is meant for 125 or 135 crore of people of this country, and say 75,000, which is meant for 75,000 cases pending before it, and it is very pleased to hear only few hundred cases in which only the advocates are able to get their case listed before it, either because it is political interest litigation, or it is personal interest litigation, or it is private interest litigation. There is no public interest litigation. You are talking of social justice. See, for one long year, borders of Delhi were blocked by few hundred people who had put construction over there, toilets over there, permanent structure over there, gyms over there, clubs over there, and they were causing immense trouble to the people of this country, Delhi, capital. And you said that they have right of protest. Okay? If these very people had surrounded the Supreme Court, these 75,000 out of 75,000, you are hearing cases of only 5,000. If the rest 70,000 people had surrounded the Supreme Court building and had put the entire possession there, put gyms, put everything, and had said, we will not allow Supreme Court to run until and unless our cases are listed and heard, what would have been the consequences? You would have abused the government left and right. You would have stated that the government doesn't know how to maintain law and order. You have called the secretary of the government to your court, threatened him to send to imprisonment. Then if he also had not succeeded, you have called Home Minister to the court and threatened him that we will send you to the prison. You are not doing your duty well. So what kind of social justice is this? You are not pained by the woes of the common man. You cry at horse. You fix committees and committees for environment, that this committee should look after environment. Do you know, just by blocking the border of Delhi, how many tons of extra fuel were burnt on the roads of Delhi in order to cross Delhi? Tons in 1 year. You see, you cry horse on environment. You did not take any action when the governments of Delhi, Punjab and Haryana withdrew all criminal cases for burning parali by the same very people who were blocking the roads of Delhi. You are banning patakas on Diwali occasion and etc. But you looked helplessly when parali burning was allowed by all the 3 states. What kind of social justice is there? And how you are different from politicians? Today, Supreme Court is more political, has more political inclinations than the politician itself. And this you can see from the way cases are decided. A high court is sitting, hearing arguments on hijab for days together. Outside, the High Court order, interim order, is not being followed. Why does the High Court close the case and stop hearing and say, sorry, first implement our interim order, and I will not hear the parties who are not abiding by our interim order and want us to hear the case? So it is not social justice about which High Court or Supreme Court are worried. Social justice, what kind of social justice is there in the courts when the courts are not bothered for the poor. There is another practice. If those of you who are practicing before High Court and Supreme Court, they must be knowing it. The practice is that any party goes to High Court, sir, my case is being delayed. Please order the trial court to expedite it. And often High Court passes order for expediting the trial court, and they will fix a timeline. Decide this case in 2 years, or 1 year, or 6 months. And I have seen similar order being passed by Supreme Court also in case of High Court. Hear this petition in 3 months, dispose it off. Now, when you pass such order in respect of one case, do you keep in mind that all the similar cases filed at the same time by other people are also pending? The other people did not approach you because they don't have money to engage Soli Sorabji or Dave or Kapil Sibal, so that they can get similar order. So if you have money, please go to Supreme Court or High Court and get an order for expedited hearing. And why the hearings are not expedited by the trial courts? See, there was a case, Lalit Narayan Mishra murder case, if you remember it. Lalit Narayan Mishra was killed in a bomb blast in Bihar at a railway station when he had gone there to inaugurate some function. It was in 1975. See, in 2006, 2005, when I was in charge Patiala House Court, this case was still pending at that time. See, 30 years had passed. And why it was pending? One of the accused, who was young 20 years lad at the time of crime, during the pendency of the case, had completed law and had started practicing in Supreme Court under a senior advocate of Supreme Court. Thereafter, he started practicing independently. See, any order which was passed by the trial court, he used to challenge it first before High Court and then before Supreme Court. He had not to spend any fee. He himself was advocate. And if you have any inkling of what happens in courts, if it is a case of an advocate, it is given priority. And he will mention, anybody will mention, sir, this is case of so-and-so advocate. They'll say, okay, let me hear it. And without any ground, he used to get interim stay against the trial court order. And the final order would take, in each case, even if it was dismissed, would take a year or so. So 30 years at that time, that case of trial, murder trial, was going on, and it was at the stage of recording accused evidence, yes. Accused statement under section 313.
Yes.
See, when I took charge, I was wonderstruck. What is this? That the statement of accused was being recorded for last 7 years out of those 30 years. So I compelled that man that you will have to stay here till your statement is completed. You are not an advocate for me, you are an accused for me. So once I recorded his statement of accused, then the matter came into defense evidence. And the moment defense evidence started, against every order, he again started going to High Court and Supreme Court. I remained in charge for about 1 year and discharged for about 1 year. In those 2 years, see, I could not complete recording his defense evidence because against the moment I would pass an order that such and such person be recorded on this day as a defense witness, he will go to High Court or Supreme Court. So after I became High Court judge, I read in newspaper after about 5-7 years that in that case, some of the accused had been convicted. And appeal was filed later in the High Court. And that appeal is still pending. You see, this is how the cases of powerful, influential, rich people are treated in courts. See, it is unfortunate that you read in newspaper that a person has been acquitted by the High Court or Supreme Court and justice has been done after 32 years. Simultaneously, it is written that he has been acquitted although he has remained in jail for 12 years. I'm talking, see this, I read in newspaper about few days back. A person was acquitted by Supreme Court when he has already spent 12 years in jail. Why? Because he was poor man. Another, you see, news I read was in respect of a labor, where dispute was only about rupees 230. And it took 32 years, right up to Supreme Court, to hold that this labor was entitled to his back salary. So this kind of justice, is it? See, can you say that courts are doing justice and much so social justice? Do they have time for social justice? If you tell the courts that please curtail your holidays, you are taking too many holidays. You are working only 180 days in a year. This is a number of working days for Supreme Court is 180. And number of working days for High Court is 210 in a year. And out of 180 days, how many conferences judges go, how many foreign visits they do, are not included on those holidays. They are apart from the holidays. And they will tell you, we work so hard, we work at home, we have home offices, all right? You work so hard, that is why you have 180 days holiday, half of the year. And if you hear them privately, many of them would say, well, we have worked so long in High Court and district courts or High Courts, now it is time for us to rest. So this is the kind of social thinking. With this thinking, do you think any of these judges, High Court and Supreme Court, feel pain for the common man and are capable of doing social justice. They think that they have done social justice by passing few such judgments. Give compensation to so-and-so. Give compensation to COVID people. Give compensation to the those who are, died in such and such thing, and they give compensation to that. Is that justice? Perhaps it is not even the work of the court. See, the administration can take care, the government can take care of such things where if some epidemic is there, the government can take care of the epidemic within its resources. You can't, you have seen the courts harshly dealing with the government that you have not done so, you have not given to the poor, you are not taking care of the poor, you are not, the migrant labor is not being taken care of, they are so as not being taken care of. Please do it. And then a report is sought. Who tells the Supreme Court that out of 75,000 cases, you are not taking care of more than 75% cases, which are appeals against convictions, which are appeals against evictions, which are appeals against from civil courts. And you are taking care of only PILs. You are taking care of cases of politicians. You are taking care of rich people cases. If you think that courts can do social justice, today the courts do not even feel pain of the poor man. How can they do social justice? And then whenever you talk to them, they start counting judgments. We had given this judgment, we have given that judgment. See, no institution is judged by one or two judgments which are given by them. The institution is judged by the final result. Of the total cases decided by the Supreme Court, please go into data. How many appeals, criminal appeals and how many civil appeals pending for years are decided. Go to High Court. It is very famous in the High Court that in High Court it is only IA and JIA. What is IA? Interim application. And what is JIA? Means you get decision on interim application and please go. How many final matters are heard? How many? And see, I'm surprised that why High Court has kept original jurisdiction with it. Why should original jurisdiction be with the High Courts? See, the one fine day, you promote from district court to High Court, few judges, they become High Court judges. Does that one day transform them and make them capable of hearing original cases of civil jurisdiction of more than 3 crore, and prior to that day, they were not capable of hearing cases of more than 3 crore? Why? You see, from the very beginning, the Supreme Court was told to have separate constitution bench and separate appellate bench, so that, you see, people know this is the bench, this is the character of the bench, and this is where we have to argue. Today, benches are constituted from time to time. In high courts, roster are changed after every, you see, in some high court after every 6 weeks, not 6 months. See, go in Allahabad High Court, you will see how often roster is changed. And in some of the high courts, it is after 3 months. In Delhi, it is after about 6 months. And people wait. I will not argue before this judge. I'll argue when a judge of my choice comes. This is how the advocates say. And they just, this is not difficult, because the judges fix a list of about 60 to 70 cases before them, knowing fully well that they are not capable of hearing more than 10 cases in a day. If you fix 60 cases in a day, how many cases you can hear? You have, see, 10:30 to 4 is the timing. So it is hardly 5 hours. In between there is lunch of 1 hour. So it is hardly 4 hours. You divide 4 hours by 60 cases, you get hardly few minutes. And when you start hearing arguments, you hear arguments for days together. So it is very obvious, every advocate knows that, you see, the judge is very busy. I shall just ask him to pass over, and at the end of the day, to give a date, to fix it for supplement. What is the case management policy of High Court and Supreme Court? So what kind of social justice you are looking at for High Court and Supreme Court? This is one aspect of social justice. Second is that you can do justice in any case only if you are well trained in that branch of law. And to assume that everybody, every judge knows law of all branches is, I think, a fallacy. And that is why, you see, we do not get quality judgments. Recently, you also must have read that from Himachal High Court, a judgment came before Supreme Court, and Supreme Court was not able to decipher what is written in the judgment. What does the judges wanted to say? It was a division bench judgment. Because, see, usual practice is single judge, then division bench, then Supreme Court. So the advocate said, sir, I am not able to make head and tail of this case, judgment. If you can make, please tell me. Judges said also, we also can't make head and tail. And it was sent back to the High Court. And this was not first, this is second occasion. When, in case of Himachal High Court, The same observation came from the Supreme Court. No, what kind of social justice you can expect from judges who cannot write judgment which can be even understood, which are not able to be understood even by Supreme Court. What to talk of advocates, Supreme Court judges? Then another very painful aspect of social justice is access to the court. Who have access to our High Court and Supreme Court? Does common man have access to the High Court and Supreme Court? See, common man abhors from the name of the court itself. He cannot think of engaging an advocate and going to High Court or to Supreme Court. What is the control of High Court and Supreme Court over its officers? Now you will say, which officers I am talking? See, very boldly, High Court and Supreme Court judges often say advocates are officers of the court. Now, if advocates are officers of the court, so the court need to have some control over its officers so that they follow a discipline. They work in accordance with some rules and regulations. What is the control? Does High Court and Supreme Court have any control over these officers? Answer is simple, no. See, in any government office, if an officer says that if I want to do this work, I will charge extra from you, he is corrupt. But in courts, if an advocate says that I will charge 31 lakh for appearing before the Supreme Court, that is my value. Can Supreme Court control it? Can Supreme Court say, oh my dear officer, you are charging much beyond the capacity of the people. Please reduce your fee. Has the Supreme Court ever thought of this? That few top advocates, maybe 20 or 25 in number, who often appear before them, appear only because after charging hefty fee from their client, only because they have face value before you. Why don't they have this control over their so-called officers, whom they very proudly say they are officers of the court? Because they are their brothers and sisters. And you cannot expect a person to be harsh to brothers and sisters. They come from the same flock. And one day they were on that side, other day they come on this side. The same person appeared before them with whom he was taking tea or drinks at some club. So they become bound. See, they are friends. And normally, you cannot expect persons to be harsh on these persons. So that is why Supreme Court, right from the beginning, has not laid down any rule in respect of maximum fee which an advocate can charge. This will be a very big blow to the independence and liberty of the advocates. How you can control fee? This will be the first question. And I'm sure Supreme Court will stand up for the independence of the advocates, that you have liberty to charge any amount you like. You can value your time. And we will value your face. So where will this poor man go? He will go to an ordinary advocate whose fee he is either capable of paying or who is prepared to act pro bono. And what will be the fate? Fate will be, as I told you, that moment advocate will stay, he will be pronounced dismissed. Either advocate should have capability of fighting with the judges, and every advocate doesn't have that capability of fighting with the Supreme Court judges in the open court. Most of the advocates are afraid. Those who are fresh, that today I am fighting, I do not know what the court will do. Tomorrow I will come with another case. They will say, oh, okay, he is the same advocate who fought with me. So his case may be thrown again. So and fresh advocates, they don't have that capacity unless they have worked with, his father is also an advocate, his brother is also an advocate. He knows I have no dearth of business. I can fight with this court, I can fight with that court. So this is how the poor are handled and dealt with in our courts. They don't have capacity, simple, to buy the services of even a common advocate. Tell me, what is the minimum wages in India? Say 12,000 or 15,000 per month. If you have a case, what is the minimum, fee which is charged by an advocate for appearance? Now advocates charge per appearance. They don't charge per case. 11,000. I have seen even the common advocate, 5,000, they start with 5,000. 11,000 is very nominal, normal fee per hearing. And even if it is, say, 5,000 or 2,000 per hearing, out of 15,000, which a person earns, which very few people, common men earn, if he pays for one case 2,000 to a person, how he will feed his children? Where from he will pay the rent? And say the case is for recovery of 1 month wages, which his employer did not pay. 15,000 wages are his wages. No advocate in this country would fight for those 15,000 wages, say in 10% of the amount, which should be the normal amount for this. Will anybody fight for him for 1,500? No. He cannot go to the court himself because technicalities. We have not simplified our procedures. We have not taken care of reforming the system so that this system serves the common man. In any other country, the judicial system is reformed from time to time. Our system is a copy of, you see, Western system, where West has reformed their system time and again. Yes, we have two kinds
on the
of.
web from their system time in again. Check it out.
Now, they keep bringing law whenever need is there. We have to invest, we have common law and civil law system. And you will find that in common law countries, they have set performers for filing petition. You have to fill the performer, file it. You have to mention the section under which you are covered. The notice of your petition is given to the other party with a prerogative that why the case should not be decreed in favor of that. If you have a case, please come up with documents, otherwise we shall decree. See, in our country, the pleading run in thousands of pages. Thousands. The other day, somebody was asking me, you see, in newspaper, it comes that truckloads of documents were dumped by CBI in a case of Potar Toda. And how the judge was able to read this truckload of documents? How can judge read in so many years? Truckloads of documents can't be read. I had to tell him, you see, that these truckloads of documents are not read by judges. They only read brief notes. And do you know today what is the practice? After the case is over, please submit your brief arguments along with relevant cases and relevant document, mentioning relevant document in short notes. And judges are helped by those. Why cannot this be implemented in the very beginning? That please make your pleadings brief, only in 5 pages or 10 pages, so that we read it and decide it. That would help any common man to go before the court himself. Sir, this is my case, please do it. And another aspect of, very important aspect of social justice is that courts do not talk or speak in the language of common man. They do not write judgments in the language of common man. A common, you see, why? Do you know why these advocates, the so-called big pocket advocates, are successful before high courts and Supreme Courts? High Court and Supreme Court. Not because they know more law. Partly because they are, you see, they come from families, and partly because of flowery language. Their command over the English language, by which they can browbeat any judge. So they would start talking in language which half is understood by the judge, half is not understood. And you see, the judge thinks he is arguing very good. So why we have failed in 75 years of independence, we have failed to have our courts in the language of the common man. And that is the basic necessity of giving justice to the common man. For understanding the order, common order of the High Court or any court, he has to go to an advocate. सर इसमें क्या लिखा है मुझे बता तो दीजिए, मेरी समझ में तो नहीं आ रहा। और आजकल तो ऐसी जजमेंट लिख रहे हैं जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज भी नहीं समझ पा रहे, तो कॉमन मैन कहाँ से समझेगा भाई? उसकी भाषा में कुछ लिख दो, 4 शब्द, तो वो समझ जाएगा। हम लोग रिफॉर्म की तरफ नहीं जा रहे, हम कॉमन मैन को उसकी भाषा नहीं दे रहे, हम लोग स्पेशलाइजेशन की तरफ भी नहीं जा रहे। हर फील्ड में स्पेशलाइजेशन है। हेल्थ में चले जाइए, हार्ट स्पेशलिस्ट, फिर सुपर स्पेशलिस्ट, लंग स्पेशलिस्ट, फिर सुपर स्पेशलिस्ट। क्यों है स्पेशलाइजेशन? भाई एक आदमी हार्ट का काम देख रहा है, वो आपका डाटा देखते ही समझ जाएगा कि आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम है। फिर वो ये देखेगा कि वो कर सकता है या नहीं। अगर वो देखेगा कि नहीं कर सकता तो सुपर स्पेशलिस्ट के पास भेजेगा। बेईमानी की बात नहीं कर रहा मैं, देखिए हर प्रोफेशन में बेईमानी है, हेल्थ में भी बहुत है। मैं ईमानदारी से बात कर रहा हूँ कि अगर एक स्पेशलिस्ट के पास अपना आप लेके जाओगे रिकॉर्ड, वो झट कह देगा कि भैया ये प्रॉब्लम है। हमारे यहाँ क्या है जुडिशरी में, आप टैक्सेशन प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, आपको गवर्नमेंट ने पसंद कर लिया या आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट के किसी जज से नज़दीकी है, टैक्सेशन करते करते आपको हाई कोर्ट का जज बना दिया जाता है। आप हाई कोर्ट पहुंच गए और अगले दिन कोई ट्रेनिंग नहीं है, हाई कोर्ट जज की कोई ट्रेनिंग नहीं है, अगले दिन आपको सिविल कोर्ट की बेंच बिछा देंगे। आपको सीपीसी का एबीसी नहीं आता, क्रिमिनल में बिठा देंगे। आपने सीआरपीसी के दर्शन नहीं किए क्योंकि आप तो शुरू से टैक्सेशन कर रहे हैं। आपको रेवेन्यू मैटर का कुछ नहीं पता, सर्विस मैटर का कुछ नहीं पता। आपको टैक्सेशन बेंच इसलिए नहीं देंगे कि आप टैक्सेशन से आए हैं, वहां तो आपको बहुत वकील जानते होंगे, तो आपको तो मुसीबत आ जाएगी, तो आपको दूसरी बेंच दी जाए। बेंच में आप डिवीजन बेंच के साथ कहीं 1 महीना बैठते हैं, कहीं 2 महीना बैठते हैं, और ये समझा जाता है कि 2 महीने में आपकी ट्रेनिंग पूरी हो गई, आप हाई कोर्ट के परफेक्ट जज बन गए। फिर उसके बाद जो है आपको या तो इंडिपेंडेंट बेंच दे दी जाएगी। अब कहाँ से आप सीखोगे वो नाइसिटीज? सीआरपीसी के मैं आपको जजमेंट दिखा सकता हूँ सुप्रीम कोर्ट की। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज 161, 162 और 164 सीआरपीसी के डिफरेंस के ऊपर हफ्ता हफ्ता बहस सुनते हैं। वकील घुमाते हैं उन्हें, क्योंकि कभी क्रिमिनल प्रैक्टिस नहीं की, कभी क्रिमिनल लॉ नहीं पढ़ा। तो जरूरत इस बात की थी कि हम स्पेशलाइजेशन बेंच क्रिएट करते, एक मजिस्ट्रेट से लेकर के मजिस्ट्रेट बनता, सेशन जज बनता, हाई कोर्ट में क्रिमिनल जज बेंच देखता, फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में क्रिमिनल बेंच देखे, उसके पास मैटर आएगा, वो 5 मिनट में आपको मैटर एक बार पढ़ेगा, बता देगा कि हाँ इसमें ये गलत है, कानून का इस तरह पालन नहीं हुआ। आपकी अपील एडमिट और डिसाइड होने में उसे हफ्ता भी नहीं लगेगा। लेकिन पर्पस तो ये है नहीं। मैं हाई कोर्ट में था, मेरे पास अपील आई, क्रिमिनल बेंच मिली, अपील आई, मैंने अपील को पढ़ा, अगला दिन था, मैंने अगले दिन पेश हुए वकील साहब, मैंने कहा जी बोलिए कि जी ये बेल एप्लीकेशन है। मैंने कहा आपने अपील फाइल किया है, अपील पर बहस करिए। कि जी मैं अपील के लिए तो तैयार नहीं है, वो कह रहा है मैं तो सिर्फ बेल एप्लीकेशन, आप बहस कर सकता हूँ आज। मैंने कहा ठीक है, आप तैयार हो जाइए, 1 हफ्ते बाद आ जाइए। बेल का इसमें मैं तभी दूं इंटरिम या आपको जब मैं ये कहूं कि मैं अपील नहीं सुन पा रहा और आपको जेल में रखना है मुझे। मैं तो जेल में रखने के लिए राजी नहीं हूं, आपका फैसला कर दूंगा, आप बोलिए, बहस करिए। उन्होंने मेरे से 10 दिन का टाइम लिया कि 10 दिन बाद आऊँगा। 10 दिन के अंदर वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से ये ऑर्डर ले आए कि भैया पहले बेल सुनिए, अपील क्यों सुन रहे? बेल का प्रोविजन अपील में किस लिए है? सिर्फ इसलिए है कि जज के पास अपील सुनने का टाइम नहीं है और वो अपील अभी नहीं सुन सकता, उसे अपील सुनने की तारीख देनी है तो वो बेल दे दे। जब पहली पेशी के ऊपर जज ये कहता है कि भाई मैं अपील सुनता हूं, बोलो, बहस करो, फैसला भी कर दूंगा जल्दी, नहीं तो ये कोई एक केस नहीं है। मैं एक केस की बात नहीं कर रहा, ऐसे बहुत से केस हैं। तो सोशल जस्टिस कैसे होगा? सोशल जस्टिस, और ये देखिए जजों को ट्रेनिंग भी नहीं दी जाती कि तुम्हें सोशल जस्टिस करना है। हाई कोर्ट को छोड़िए, ट्रायल कोर्ट जजेस या सेशन जजेस को भी ये ट्रेन नहीं किया जाता कि भैया गरीब आदमी की कैसे सुनवाई करें, उसको पर्सनल अटेंशन कैसे दें, कैसे सुने। नोबडी इज ट्रेन्ड। ट्रेनिंग का करिकुलम का ये वो है ही नहीं, पार्ट ही नहीं है। ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम का क्या पार्ट है? सीआरपीसी, सीपीसी, लिमिटेशन। सोशल जस्टिस तो पार्ट ही नहीं है क्रिमिनल ट्रेनिंग का। तो कैसे एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं आप कि सोशल जस्टिस के ऊपर जज का कभी ध्यान भी जाएगा? मैं अपने सेशन को, जब मैं सेशन जज था पटियाला हाउस में, इंचार्ज था, तो एक छोटी सी इंसिडेंट बता। मेरे पास एक केस आया, मार्किंग होती, आपको शायद पता है कि जब सेशन चालान तैयार हो जाता है और वो फाइल हो जाता है सेशन ट्रायल का मजिस्ट्रेट के पास, तो मजिस्ट्रेट उसको इंचार्ज के पास या डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज के पास भेज देता है ताकि डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज उसको मार्क कर सके कि कौन सा सेशन जज इसको ट्रायल करेगा। ये एक नॉर्मल प्रोसीजर है जो लगभग सभी कोर्टों में होता है। तो मेरे पास केस आया ताकि मैं मार्किंग के लिए डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज के पास भेजूँ। मैंने अपनी आदत से केस को पढ़ा, मैंने देखा 376 का केस है, रेप का, और उसमें एक मुलजिम कोई 60 साल की बुढ़िया जेल में है और कोई मुलजिम नहीं है। मैंने कहा ये कैसे हुआ कि 376 के केस में 60 साल की बुढ़िया जेल में है और उसे जेल में 6 महीने होने जा रहे थे। वो 6 महीने का टाइम होता है ना फाइल करने का चला। तो मैंने पढ़ा, मैंने देखा वो बेचारी उस लड़के की माँ थी जो अपनी प्रेमिका के साथ दिल्ली से भाग के बिहार में जाके अपनी माँ के यहाँ एक रात उसने बिताई थी और फिर आगे वो लेके वाइफ को चला गया। तो पुलिस को कुछ कोई और नहीं मिला, वो लड़का नहीं मिला, वो लड़की नहीं मिली, क्योंकि वो माँ के पास एक रात रहा था, उठा के उसी को ले आई और अबेटमेंट के चार्जेस में केस ने 376 को अबेट किया है, उसको बंद कर दिया। अब गरीब आदमी की क्या सुनवाई है? मजिस्ट्रेट ने जिसके पास वो पेश किया और हर 14 दिन बाद वो उसका रिमांड दे रहा था, उसने ये नहीं देखा कि 376 के अंदर एक बुढ़िया कैसे इन्वॉल्व हो सकती है। वो रिमांड देता गया, जब 6 महीने पूरे हुए उसने चालान फाइल हो गया, उसे भेज दिया सेशन। तो मैंने उसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज के पास भी नहीं भेजा मार्किंग के लिए, उसी समय ऑर्डर लिख करके उसको वहीं कोर्ट से छोड़ दिया। तो ये जो सोशल जस्टिस की ट्रेनिंग है, ये जजेस को देते हो आप क्या? कौन से जजेस को देते हो? अक्सर मुझे ये सुनना पड़ता था कि जी आपका क्या पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट है इस केस में। जब आप गवाहों से सवाल पूछो ना ये जानने के लिए कि सच्चाई क्या है, तो दूसरी पार्टी के वकील झट बोल देते कि जी आपका क्या पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट है, आप कैसे पूछ रहे हो सवाल। तो उन्हें कानून बताना पड़ता है कि जज को भी पावर है सवाल पूछने की, एविडेंस एक्ट के 165 में। लेकिन हमारे कोर्टों का, कॉमन लॉ कोर्टों का कंसेप्ट क्या है कि जज एक रेफरी की तरह विसल ब्लो कर दो इधर से या उधर से, और जज को देखना है कि किसने अच्छी बहस कर दी। सच्चाई जानने का मतलब जज का नहीं है। तो कहां से सोशल जस्टिस होगा? आप पूरे करिकुलम उठा के देख लीजिए ट्रेनिंग का, जुडिशियल ट्रेनिंग का, और आप लॉ की स्टडी का देख लीजिए, आप कॉलेजेस का देख लीजिए, 5 ईयर के कॉलेजेस का करिकुलम देख लीजिए, वहां सब्जेक्ट देख लीजिए। है कहीं हाउ टू हैंडल पुअर लिटिगेंट्स, हाउ टू हेल्प पुअर लिटिगेंट्स एज एडवोकेट और एज जज? मैंने तो नहीं देखा। मेरे टाइम में एक हुआ करता था सब्जेक्ट पॉवर्टी एंड जस्टिस, आजकल पता नहीं वो सब्जेक्ट भी है कि नहीं। वो भी एक हमारे इंचार्ज आए थे, जस्ट मिस्टर बख्शी, प्रोफेसर बख्शी, उन एज इंचार्ज लॉ सेंटर 2, तो उन्होंने इस लॉ एंड पॉवर्टी का सब्जेक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस किया था। मैंने कहीं नहीं देखा। तो ना तो आप वकीलों को ट्रेन करते, ना आप जजेस को बताते कि इस देश के अंदर 75% ऐसे लोग हैं जिनकी आमदनी इतनी नहीं होती कि वो अदालतों में वकीलों की फीस भर सके। 75% लोग, वो 25% भी कैसे भर सकते हैं ये उनसे जाके पूछो तो बताएंगे कि जनाब मुझे ये बेचना पड़ा, ये बेचना पड़ा, ये बेचना पड़ा। तो सोशल जस्टिस आप किससे एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो? इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे कोई कोई जज ऐसे हैं, मैं पूरी जुडिशरी की बात नहीं कर रहा, जिनके जो खुद गरीबी से आए होते हैं और किस्मत से जज बन गए होते हैं, तो उन्हें पता होता है कि गरीबी कहाँ पिंच करती है और कहाँ मार खाती है। तो इसलिए वो हेल्प करते हैं, सुनते भी हैं, अदालतों में केस भी जल्दी निपटाते हैं। वरना तो आज जज और बाबू में कोई विशेष अंतर नहीं रह गया। तो बाबूगिरी करना और जजी करने में, वो हमें एक वो प्रोफेसर पढ़ाते थे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के एडवोकेट ऑन रिकॉर्ड थे, तो वो कहते थे एडवोकेट ऑन रिकॉर्ड इज ए डिग्निफाइड क्लर्क, कुछ नहीं है। और हमारे जो जजेस हैं वो थोड़े सुपीरियर लेवल के क्लर्क बन गए। तो ये जो है सारा सीन ऐसा है कि जिसको जब तक या तो लोग अपने आप में वो हो कि हम ठान लें कि हमने यही करना है, तब है। जो मैं आपको वो दे रहा था एग्जाम्पल के, कोर्ट से ऑर्डर ले आते हैं कि जी इसको जल्दी कर दो, तो मेरे पास भी जब मैं जज बना शुरू में तो ऐसे ऑर्डर आए एक हाई कोर्ट का कि भैया ये मैट्रिमोनियल केस को जल्दी निपटाओ। मैं बड़ा हैरान हुआ, नया नया जज बना था। मैंने कहा ये ऑर्डर कैसे पास हो सकता है कि मेरे पास 750 केस पेंडिंग है, मैं इस केस को जल्दी निपटाऊं, ये ऑर्डर कैसे पास किया जा सकता? तो मैंने एक डिटेल्ड ऑर्डर लिखा था जिसमें अपने पास पेंडिंग सभी केसेस का नंबर ऑफ ईयर्स, कब से पेंडिंग है, कितने पेंडिंग है, वो लिख करके मैंने हाई कोर्ट को कहा कि जी ये तो मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ड्यूटी नहीं है जो आप ऑर्डर दे रहे हो कि मैं 750 केसों में एक को पिकअप करके जल्दी कर दूं, क्योंकि उस आदमी के पास पैसे हैं, वो आपके पास जाकर के ये ऑर्डर ला सकता है। तो बार के प्रेसिडेंट, दिल्ली बार एसोसिएशन प्रेसिडेंट उन दिनों एक अच्छे वकील थे, CL जोसेफ, वो मेरे पास भागते हुए आए जब उन्होंने ऑर्डर पढ़ा। कहने लगे मिस्टर ढींगरा, यू आर ऑन प्रोबेशन, तुम्हें जजी नहीं करनी, निकाल देंगे। मैंने कहा जी निकाल दें, मैं क्लर्क तो नहीं हूं, मैं जज हूं ना, तो मैं क्लर्क का काम क्यों करूं, मैं बाबूगिरी करने आया नहीं। तो ये जो है टेंडेंसी कि ये मेरा कैरियर है। आजकल लोग क्यों ज्वाइन करते हैं जुडिशरी? कैरियर के लिए, मैं ये जज बनूंगा, फिर ये बनूंगा, फिर ये बनूंगा। वो इसलिए नहीं आते कि वो न्याय करेंगे। जिस दिन लोग जुडिशरी में इसलिए आएंगे कि हमें न्याय करना है, हमें जनता को न्याय देना है, और गरीब आदमी न्याय का उतना ही अधिकारी है जितना अमीर है, उस दिन आपको ये सोशल जस्टिस के ऊपर सेमिनार नहीं करने पड़ेंगे। आप कहोगे कि हमारी अदालतें ऐसी हैं जहां सोशल जस्टिस हो रहा है। आज सोशल जस्टिस के नाम पे ये जजमेंट आ जाती है, एक जजमेंट के इनको कंपनसेशन दे दो, जो लेबर यहाँ से भाग के कोरोना के टाइम में उधर गई, इनको ये कर दो, उनको वो कर दो। वो ये नहीं देखते कि हम अदालतों में लेके क्यों बैठे हैं इतने केस, जिसके अंदर गरीब आदमी पिस रहा है या जेल में है, या हम मुलजिमों को बेल दिए जा रहे हैं क्योंकि हम फैसला नहीं कर सकते। आप एक मुलजिम को, हार्डन मुलजिम को इसलिए बेल दे दो क्योंकि तुम्हारे पास टाइम नहीं है फैसला करने का, तो वो तो सोसाइटी में दोबारा करेगा। और ऐसा बहुत बार हो चुका है कि मुलजिम को आपने बेल दी, उसने दोबारा एक और क्राइम कर दिया, फिर बेल दी, फिर तीसरा कर दिया। ये जो 10-10 केस जो चलते हैं मुलजिमों पे, 20-20 केस के, उसके ऊपर 20 केस है, वो क्या जेल में बैठ के क्राइम थोड़ी करता है? वो तो जो बेल मिलती है पेशा है उसका, या वो हार्डन क्रिमिनल है, वो हो जाता है। और ऐसे केस हमने बहुत देखे, वकील के रूप में भी, जज के रूप में भी। तो सोशल जस्टिस का जो टोटल कॉन्सेप्ट है वो है कि आपको ट्रेन किया जाए। पहली बात, आपको बताया जाए कि गरीब आदमी की स्थिति क्या है, और जुडिशियल सिस्टम को मोल्ड किया जाए कि गरीब आदमी बिना किसी वकील के भी कोर्ट में आके कह सके। CRPC में प्रोविजन है, लेकिन किसी जज को फॉलो नहीं करते देखा आपने। CRPC में प्रोविजन है, CPC में भी है कि कोई भी आकर के जज के सामने अपना बयान दिखा सकता है, कंप्लेंट कर सकता है कि जी मेरे साथ ये अन्याय हो गया, और जज को वो लिख करके न्याय करना पड़ रहा है, मजिस्ट्रेट को करना पड़ता है, लेकिन होता है क्या ऐसा? क्यों नहीं होता? क्योंकि जज साहब को तो पकी पकाई खीर चाहिए, कोई वकील बना के दे कि जी ये कंप्लेंट है और इसके बयान लिख ले, 2 लाइन का एफिडेविट है कि जी मेरा ये एफिडेविट दाखिल हो गया। और जब आप खुद बयान लिखोगे तो उसकी भाषा में लिखोगे, उसकी बात समझ के लिखोगे। संभव नहीं है ये। तो इस पूरा सिस्टम का ओवरऑल जरूरी है। इस सिस्टम के अंदर आम आदमी की भाषा हो, आम आदमी का दर्द हो, उसको न्याय का, उसे उसकी भाषा में उसका न्याय दो, और उसको वकीलों के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट मत बनाओ। जो करना चाहता है करे, लेकिन वो इतना डिपेंडेंट हो जाए। आज तो अदालतें डिपेंडेंट हैं। हमारे यहाँ सेइंग है ना कि एवरीबॉडी इज सपोज टू नो लॉ, तो जजेस को भी तो कानून आना चाहिए ना। जजेस शुड नो मोर लॉ। लेकिन आपने कभी देखा है कोई जज कहता है कि भैया इसके ऊपर बहस मत करो, ये कानून मुझे पता है? वकील साहब कहेंगे नहीं सर, जैसे मैं पढ़ रहा हूं वैसे पढ़िए ना आप। आपने किसी जज को कभी रोकते नहीं देखा होगा किसी वकील को कि माय डियर एडवोकेट, ये जजमेंट मेरे सामने 10 बार कोर्ट हो चुकी है, मुझे आती है, पता है ये, कुछ और बोलना है तो बोलो। इसके ऊपर, कानून के ऊपर आप अगर इन पॉइंट्स के अलावा कुछ बोलना है तो वो बोलो। मैंने तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर देखा ही नहीं कि कभी किसी जज ने किसी सीनियर वकील को रोका, और जूनियर केस को तो ट्रीट ही नहीं करते वकील। जूनियर तो उनके लिए ये है कि पता नहीं क्यों आ गया वो प्रैक्टिस करने। तो इसलिए सोशल जस्टिस तभी होगा जब हम सिस्टम को इम्प्रूव करें, स्पेशलाइजेशन करें, वकीलों के ऊपर कोई कंट्रोल हो। ये हम अक्सर ये कहते हैं कि हमने लीगल एड सिस्टम चालू कर रखा है गरीबों की मदद के लिए, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जजमेंट मैं दिखा देता हूँ आपको, जिसमें ये लिखा है हमें पता है किस तरह के लीगल एड के वकील होते हैं, ये क्या काम करेंगे, हमें पता है किस तरह के लीगल एड के वकील। भाई तो तुम बना दो लीगल एड के वकील, अपने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में प्रैक्टिस करने वाले हर वकील के लिए कंपल्सरी कर दो ना कि हफ्ते में 1 दिन लीगल एड करेगा। क्यों नहीं करते? इतना ही कर दो कि हफ्ते में 1 दिन उसे लीगल एड ही करनी है, लीगल एड के केसेस करेगा, और हर एक का अलग अलग दिन तय कर दो। और कहो कि हम तब ऐसे किसी वकील को रजिस्टर ही नहीं करेंगे जिसने लीगल एड नहीं किया। पर नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि तुम लोग उसी नदी के वो ऐसे की मछलियां हो ना, बड़ी मछली छोटी मछली को खाने वाली। सोशल जस्टिस के ऊपर वैसे तो देखिए बोलना को बहुत बोला जा सकता है, लेकिन मुख्य मुद्दा यही है कि हमारी ट्रेनिंग नहीं है, हमारे जुडिशियल सिस्टम में कोई इम्प्रूवमेंट नहीं हुई जब से हम हुए। जजेस को वो कंसर्न नहीं है गरीब आदमी के लिए, आम आदमी के लिए, और जजेस को नहीं, सरकार को भी नहीं है, क्योंकि सरकार ने कभी ये कोशिश नहीं की कि इस जुडिशियल सिस्टम के जजेस को बता सके कि ये गलत चल रहा है, खुद कोई लॉ बनाए। क्यों? सरकार के अंदर हमेशा डरती रही है सुप्रीम कोर्ट से, हाई कोर्ट से। जिस दिन एग्जीक्यूटिव या पार्लियामेंट थोड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग माइंडेड हो जाएगी और जजेस को बोलेगी एनफ इज एनफ, तुम 75,000 केस लेके बैठे हो, आधे से ज्यादा टाइम PIL को देते हो, और हमेशा ये कहते हो जजों की कमी है, हम जज और भर्ती कर दें तो तुम्हारे लिए तो यही वो होगा। क्या कभी किसी हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट जज के लिए कोटा फिक्स हुआ है कि उसने इतनी मिनिमम नंबर ऑफ जजमेंट देनी है? क्यों ट्रायल कोर्ट जजेस के लिए फिक्स कर रखा है? वो जज नहीं है, उनके लिए फ्री कर दो। देखो कल से ट्रायल कोर्ट जजेस भी तुम्हारी तरह काम करेंगे, एक भी जजमेंट नहीं देंगे। और मैं आपको हाई कोर्ट के जजेस दिखा सकता हूं जिन्होंने पूरी टेन्योर के अंदर जजमेंट नहीं लिखी। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ऐसे जजेस रहे हैं जिन्होंने अपने पूरे टेन्योर में शायद ही कोई जजमेंट दी हो। डिवीजन मैन में बैठ के किसी के साथ जजमेंट साइन कर देना अलग बात होती है। यस आई एग्री। तो रिफॉर्म की जरूरत है बड़े लार्ज स्केल पे, जुडिशरी के अंदर फाइलिंग की, प्लीडिंग्स को लेकर के, आर्गुमेंट्स को लेकर के, क्या टाइम, कितना टाइम फिक्स करो आर्गुमेंट के लिए, ताकि आम आदमी के लिए भी टाइम बचे। हर केस का कोई टाइम लिमिट तो फिक्स करो कि 15 मिनट, 20 मिनट, आधा घंटा। खुद पढ़ो बाकी कानून। तुम कहते हो तुम्हारे पास बहुत काम होता है, तो खुद घर में बैठ के पढ़ो। 180 दिन खाली होते हैं ना तुम्हारे पास, 185 दिन पढ़ो। वहां 2-2 महीने बहस सुनने के क्या मतलब है? तो ये सारा कुछ तभी हो सकता है जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर मैनेजमेंट के रूल्स हो, केसेस को कब सुना जाएगा, कैसे सुना जाएगा, कौन प्रायोरिटी देगा, उसके रूल्स हो। आज तो जिसको केस हाई कोर्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहता है ये इंपॉर्टेंट केस है, ये मेरे पास फिक्स कर दो, वो फिक्स होता है, बाकी लाइन में वेट कर रहे हैं। तो सोशल जस्टिस तभी आ सकता है जब सोशल जस्टिस के बारे में कुछ कंसर्न तो हो किसी का। आप तो चुन चुन कर ऐसे लोगों को जज बनाते हो जिनकी फैमिलीज ने कभी गरीबी का नाम नहीं सुना होता। गरीबी देखना तो दूसरी बात है, गरीबी का नाम नहीं सुना होता। या तो वो किसी चीफ जस्टिस का बेटा है, या किसी सुप्रीम कोर्ट जज का भाई है, बहन है, या किसी की चैम्बर में प्रैक्टिस करता रहा है। ऐसे लोगों को जज बनाते हो जिनका फीस का लेवल होता है 30 लाख, 21 लाख, 50 लाख पर हियरिंग। वकालत बाद में शुरू करते हैं और लैम्बोर्गिनी पहले चाहिए। ऐसे लोग फिर हाई कोर्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज बनते हैं। और जो नीचे से प्रैक्टिस वो जजी करते हैं, नीचे से केस डिसाइड करते हैं, नीचे से वो करते हैं, उनको आप ऐसे सोचते हो जैसे एहसान कर रहे हैं जज बना के। अभी दिल्ली में डिक्लेयर हुआ कि ये 6 जुडिशियल वो सेशन जजेस में से हाई कोर्ट जज के लिए सिलेक्ट हुआ है। आई वाज सरप्राइज्ड टू सी द लिस्ट। जो आदमी सीनियर है, जिन्होंने मेहनत की है, केसेस डिस्पोज ऑफ की है, अगर वो चमचागिरी नहीं करते तो नहीं है जज के लायक। और आप उठा करके स्पेशल मीटिंग बुला के उनके ग्रेड डाउन करते हो। क्या सोशल जस्टिस? I also became High Court judge only because of, I don't know, God. नहीं तो मेरा ग्रेड इन्होंने ए था, ए से बी किया, बी से बी प्लस किया, बी प्लस से बी किया, फिर बी से सी कर रहे थे, जहाँ इनकी शायद कॉन्शियस वो हो गई, क्योंकि सी का मतलब होता है करप्ट, करप्ट एंड इनकम्पिटेंट। तो शायद मेरी रेपुटेशन काम आ गई, या इनकी कॉन्शियस वो हो गई कि ये सी कर नहीं पाए। तो एक तो इनका सिलेक्शन क्राइटेरिया ऐसा है, जजेस ऐसे भर्ती करते हैं। तो सोशल जस्टिस एक्सपेक्ट करना जब तक के लोग ना हो जो सोशल जस्टिस चाहते हों, बड़ा मुश्किल है। आप वो कहते हो कानून कोई भी हो, कैसा भी हो, कानून लागू करने वाले पर निर्भर करता है कि वो उसको कैसे पढ़ता है। तो मैं ज़्यादा नहीं कहूँगा। आई थैंक्स द ऑर्गेनाइजर फॉर गिविंग मी टाइम कि अदालतों में सोशल जस्टिस के ऊपर मैं कुछ बोल सकूं। और लोगों का अलग व्यू हो सकता है, मैं ये नहीं कहता कि मेरा व्यू ही ठीक है, किसी का कोई भी व्यू हो सकता है। हर एक चीज़ को देखने के कई नज़रिए होते हैं। मैंने अदालतों को अपने नज़रिए से देखा है, तो इसलिए मेरा ये व्यू है। मैं आज भी यही मानता हूँ कि अदालतें हमारी और कुछ भी कर रही हों, सोशल जस्टिस के नाम से कोसों दूर है।
Only justice, person like Justice Dhingra can, do that. जो अदालतों को ही कटहरे में खड़ा कर दे। तो it's a
और सबसे अहम बात, जब जस्टिस ढींगरा अपनी बात को व्यक्त करते हैं, whenever he expresses he gives the perfect data with it, the case laws, examples, and all of them are practical examples. और जिस तरीके से, किस विनम्रता के साथ जस्टिस ढींगरा हमको बताते, हमने इनको, मैं अपना उदाहरण देता हूं, तब मैंने तभी शुरुआत किया था, सर को देखते थे, और जब टाडा कोर्ट
I know Justice Dhingra for making landmark judgments in disability issues, on disability issues. और मेरे को वो भी याद है कि he has fined a professor for frivolous litigation, and it was he who could do that.
I remember one of his major step which he took and which has affected, I think, thousands of cases, was 138 national negotiable instrument, where you just said that what is the purpose of this if you such a big litigation goes on. So for wherever he got an opportunity, and the best part is that he got an opportunity at various places, because he was not, from rent control to Tada. I remember entering his court when he used to sit in Patiala House, वो जो बड़े से दरवाजों में और जाना पड़ता था, जब टाडा न्यायालय आप देख रहे थे, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट लैंडमार्क केसेस आपने दिए हैं, तो इट इज ए ग्रेट प्रिविलेज। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो मैं अपने दिल से बोलूंगा वो ये है कि मैंने सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक बार सर से रिक्वेस्ट किया, एंड it is our honor, it is the luck of all the people who are listening to him, many of them are there on YouTube also, sir, कि आपने हमें हमेशा, जब भी मैंने आपसे प्रार्थना किया, आपने उसको स्वीकार किया। मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ इसके लिए। और आज हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे कि आप हिंदी में बताएंगे, लेकिन आधे समय के बाद आपने हिंदी में थोड़ा बोलने लगे, क्योंकि जब आप हिंदी से बोलते थे तो और वो बाद में देखिए ना किस तरीके से आपने क्या बेहतरीन explanations और
Justice Dhingra, you have well said, it is a proposition in the political parlance that India is a functional institutional anarchy. That goes true for the judiciary also, where 40 million cases are lying pending in different courts. And justice denied is a accepted proposition. So if justice cannot be done by our court, then where is the demand for social justice? Who will give you social justice? Where will be social justice? So that we have to contemplate, and our customs and practices are such to which 95% or 99% you can say people are believer in, and they are well immersed in social injustice. So Justice Dhingra, from the bottom of my heart, I really salute you for presenting a true picture, which the media may not like to present, which very few legal luminaries can do that, afford to do that, because they can be put behind bars if any ordinary person raises such voice. So a person like you have the conviction to do that, and you have done it, and you have done it during your period of advocacy. You have done it during the period of your being part of lower judiciary and higher judiciary also. So we are really honored, and I think the research scholars who are with us, they will also learn that talking about justice, social justice, would be a hollow thing if you do not do anything in practice. So talking is always.
Thank you very much, Professor Vipin. Now I would request Tusharika to proceed further.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your words of true wisdom. Now I would request Jyoti Prakash Dutta, the organizing secretary of BSK Legal, to express vote of thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarika. So all the while I was listening to Justice, Honorable Mr. Justice S.N. Dhingra, I was reminded of a quote from Judge Orwell. He once said that the first duty of intellectual personalities is to remind the obvious things. So I was reminded of this particular quote when I was listening to Justice Dhingra. He was saying the things which are very obvious. These are not extraordinary things. I had a scripted vote of thanks, but after listening him, I tried to speak on my own and to express my vote of thanks in my own words. Justice Dhingra has highlighted his own experiences in the trial courts, as well as when he was a judge of the High Court of Delhi. So I think he has highlighted the practical experiences, the ground realities, as to why the concept of social justice is only in paper and pen and not in practicalities. So I think it is the most important part of this entire conference. Without practicalities, without empathizing and sympathizing with the practicalities, all the academic discourse that we are undertaking or we are organizing is valueless, I think. So, sir, I wholeheartedly thank you for giving us the practical situations, because we are not in a better place than you. You have experienced your whole life. You have seen the practical realities, how poor suffer. So it is really a privilege for us to know about your experiences. You have given so many practical realities, your experiences in many cases. So those are going to inspire us, and all the budding lawyers who are watching us today through Zoom as well as YouTube, they will definitely take inspiration from you, sir. And after that, I will also thank Justice Arijit Fasayat, who joined us earlier today. He has also expressed his views on social justice. And apart from that, it is needless to say that we are joined by many participants, many presenters. They have given their ideas, their original ideas, and their innovative skills. So they also deserve a wholehearted thanks from me and the entire organizing team. And lastly, I also thank Mr. Sanjay K. Chadha, the managing partner of BSK Legal. He always comes with these kind of ideas. He calls me that, Jyoti, we are going to organize these kind of events. Please coordinate properly so that we'll be able to spread some words of intelligence, and we can also invite intellectuals like Justice S.N. Dhingra and Justice Arijit Fasayat. So I am thankful to you, sir, as well as I am thankful to Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra, Professor Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra. He's also the Research and Publishing Director of BSK Legal. He had an important meeting, but he didn't go there and attended this event. So we can also decipher from that how much importance he gives to these kind of events. So thank you, sir, for sparing so much of time and giving the entire day of your weekend to this kind of event. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. So kind of you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyoti.
So with that, we will close today's
showering
event.
kind words on us. In fact, you are the person who take lots of pain in making such events successful. So we owe lots of, honor and, commitment from you.
and you are committed for the cause of spreading legal awareness amongst the, not only amongst the ordinary people, but amongst the budding lawyers also. So we are really thankful to you.
Thank you, Vipin ji, Professor Vipin, and once again a great thanks to Shri S.N. Dhingra ji, Honorable Justice Dhingra, and Jyoti, Tusharika, and all the people who are behind this wonderful event. And it was really delightful to have all of you. With that note, I would seek the permission to end the program. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, sir. Thank you very much. So with that, I'm closing the meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. ठीक हो गया.